welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The hotel was old but well kept, its wallpaper faded but clean. My room was small, one bed, one bathroom, a single window overlooking the street. But as I unpacked, my stomach twisted. There was another door. It stood in the far corner, slightly crooked, its handle rusted. The air smelled of stale fabric and something faintly sweet, like old flowers left to decay. My hands hesitated on the knob. According to the floor plan, this room didn't exist. I pulled my hand back, wiping my palm against my jeans. The rational part of my mind suggested asking the front desk, but something held me back. Instead, I pressed my ear against the weathered wood. Nothing at first, then a soft vibration against my cheek, so faint I might have imagined it. The rest of the room felt colder now. I returned to unpacking, keeping my back to the door, but awareness of it lingered like an uninvited guest. That night, sleep came in restless waves. The door remained shut, but in the darkness, the crack beneath it seemed to emit a subtle glow, not light exactly, but an absence of complete darkness. Morning arrived with normalcy. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming the room. The door looked ordinary in daylight, just old wood, probably a closet forgotten during renovations. I approached it again, this time with my phone ready to document whatever lay beyond. The handle turned with surprising ease. It opened to a wall blank, painted the same faded beige as the rest of the room. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by confusion. I ran my fingers across the surface. The paint felt different here, cooler, almost damp to the touch. I took photos, then closed the door, oddly unsettled by such a mundane discovery. Later, reviewing the images, my breath caught. Where my eyes had seen a flat wall, my camera captured a long, narrow corridor stretching beyond the frame. I blinked hard, looking from the photo to the door and back again. That night, I placed a chair against the handle. The air conditioner hummed, but beneath that steady sound, I detected something else, a whisper so soft it might have been the building settling or my own breath. My sleep was fractured by dreams of walking down endless hallways, always turning corners to find myself back where I started. I woke before dawn, the room wrapped in shadow. The chair remained in place, but something had changed. The air smelled wrong, that sweet decay now stronger, mixing with something metallic. My mouth tasted like pennies. Moving the chair aside, I pressed my ear to the door again. This time, the vibration was unmistakable, a low hum that traveled through the wood into my bones. I found myself reaching for the handle without conscious decision. The wall behind the door was gone. A corridor stretched before me, identical to the one in my photograph, but impossibly present. The wallpaper here matched the room, though darker, as if aged by decades rather than years. No lights illuminated the passage, yet I could see not clearly, but enough to make out the shape of another door at the far end. I stepped back, closing the door firmly. My hands trembled as I pulled out my notebook and began documenting everything: measurements of the room, the placement of the door, descriptions of what I'd seen. The rational mind seeks patterns, explanations. Mine constructed elaborate theories involving hidden passages, optical illusions, even hallucinations from mold exposure. None explained the photograph. When I left for breakfast, I took a detour to examine the exterior of the hotel. Based on my calculations, the corridor should have extended into the neighboring building, but there was no neighboring building. just an alley too narrow for any passage. Back at the front desk, I casually inquired about renovations. "This building has looked the same since I started working here," the clerk said, not looking up from her computer. "Except for the east wing, of course." "Why east wing?" Her eyes met mine, narrowing slightly. "The one that burned down before the renovation. They sealed it off rather than rebuild. Why do you ask?" I mumbled something about architectural interest and returned to my room. The door waited. This time I noticed faint markings around the frame, not decorative, but symbols carved into the wood itself, barely visible beneath layers of paint. I spent the afternoon researching the hotel's history. Fire had indeed destroyed part of the building decades ago. 7 people had died, trapped in a section that had been improperly marked on emergency plans. The article mentioned renovation permits denied multiple times due to structural inconsistencies. When evening came, the humming behind the door grew louder. The symbols around the frame seemed to shift when viewed from my peripheral vision, though they remained static when directly observed. I recorded audio on my phone. The playback captured not just humming, but voices, distant and distorted, speaking words I couldn't quite grasp. That night, I dreamed of knocking coming from inside the wall behind the door. I woke to find my notebook filled with writing. I didn't remember pages of the same phrase repeated in my handwriting, but not my style. The geography is wrong here. Morning brought no clarity. The door stood unchanged, but now I noticed a thin line of what looked like dark water seeping from beneath it. When I touched it, my fingers came away dry. The stain remained visible, but left nothing on my skin. I packed my belongings, ready to check out, then paused. Walking away felt impossible now, like abandoning a puzzle with pieces already in motion. Instead, I set up my phone to record video facing the door, then left for several hours. The footage showed nothing for the first hour. Then, almost imperceptibly, the door opened a crack, though no one was there to turn the handle. The gap widened to reveal not the corridor I had seen, but what appeared to be a mirror image of my own room, down to the suitcase on the bed. The door closed again after exactly 7 minutes. That night I sat facing the door, a lamp illuminating my vigil. The sweet smell had grown so strong I could taste it. The vibration had become a pulse that matched my heartbeat. Something scratched at the wood from the other side, gentle at first, then frantic. "Who's there?" My voice sounded wrong in the quiet room. The scratching stopped. Silence stretched between heartbeats. Then a voice responded my voice, but wrong somehow, like hearing yourself on a recording. "No one's here," my voice answered from behind the door. "Just you." The handle turned slowly. I found myself unable to move, watching as the door swung open to reveal not a corridor or a wall or a mirror room, but myself standing in the doorway. My duplicate smiled with my face, but the expression was one I'd never made too wide, too knowing. "You've been wondering about me," my reflection said. "Now I'm wondering about you." I blinked, and suddenly I was looking at the door from the other side. The room beyond my room seemed impossibly distant. My body felt wrong, like clothing that didn't quite fit. The door closed between us before I could reach it. Now I wait in this space that shouldn't exist. Sometimes I hear footsteps in rooms that border no hallway. Sometimes the wallpaper bleeds a dark liquid that smells of smoke and something metallic. My phone still works, though it shows no service. I take pictures of this place, corridors that circle back on themselves, doors that open to walls, windows that look out on landscapes that change each time I view them. I document everything in my notebook, hoping someone will find it. The hotel register still lists me as a current guest. My room key still works on doors that shouldn't open. And sometimes, when I press my ear against the walls, I hear other voices, people trapped between architectural impossibilities, between what is and what cannot be. If you're reading this and staying in room 317, please understand that extra door wasn't on the floor plan for a reason. Some boundaries exist not because what lies beyond is dangerous, but because once crossed, finding your way back becomes impossible. The geography is wrong here, and now so am I. Story 2, I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. The mirror's surface rippled slightly, like water disturbed by a gentle breath. I turned around to face my actual hallway, everything normal, everything in place. When I looked back at the mirror, the distortion remained. My rational mind searched for explanations. Old houses settle. Antique mirrors often have flaws. Perhaps the warped glass created optical illusions. I convinced myself it was nothing and went to bed, dismissing the uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. Morning came and sunlight streamed through the windows. I almost forgot about the mirror until I passed it on my way to the kitchen. This time my coffee mug was missing from my hand in the reflection, though I could feel its warmth against my palm. The hallway still stretched unnaturally long, and now a door appeared at its end, a door that didn't exist in my house. I stepped closer, my heart beating faster. The scent of old wood intensified, mingling with something new, a faint trace of smoke. My fingers trembled as I reached toward the glass. The surface felt cold, much colder than it should have been in the warm house. When my fingertips made contact, a vibration hummed through my hand, subtle but unmistakable. I began documenting the anomalies. Taking photos of the mirror revealed nothing unusual, just me standing in my normal hallway. Yet standing before it, I could clearly see the differences. I started keeping notes in a small journal, marking each new discrepancy. Day by day, the differences multiplied. In the mirror, furniture moved between visits. Shadows lingered in corners where no shadows should be. The walls darkened, as if years of neglect had suddenly descended upon them. Most disturbing was the door at the end of the impossible hallway. It seemed to inch closer each day. I found myself drawn to the mirror with increasing frequency. Sometimes I would stand before it for what felt like minutes, only to discover an hour had passed. The boundary between observer and observed began to blur. Was I watching the mirror, or was it watching me? One night I woke to the sound of footsteps, not outside my window or even in my house, but from inside the mirror. I rushed to the hallway, flicking on lights as I went. The mirror's surface rippled with movement. In its reflection, a figure walked down that impossible hallway, facing away from me. The figure wore clothes identical to mine. I raised my hand, the figure didn't. I stepped back. The figure continued walking toward the door. "Who are you?" I whispered. No response came, but the air grew heavy with the smell of scorched fabric. I decided to cover the mirror with a sheet. The effect was immediate, a weight lifted from the house. Sounds became clearer, colors brighter. For 2 days, I managed to resist the urge to peek beneath the fabric. On the 3rd day, I heard tapping, gentle at first, then more insistent. Tap, tap, tap against glass. When I entered the hallway, the sheet rippled as if something pushed against it from the other side. My hand moved of its own accord, fingers gripping the edge of the fabric. Every instinct screamed to walk away, to leave the house, to never return. Instead, I pulled the sheet down. The mirror no longer showed my hallway at all. It displayed a room I'd never seen, with walls covered in photographs, my photographs. Pictures of me sleeping, eating, writing in my journal. The figure stood in the center of the room, back still turned, but now I could see what it held: my journal, pages flipped open. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. The figure turned slowly. I caught a glimpse of its face, my face, but wrong. The eyes too dark, the smile too wide. It raised a hand and pressed it against the glass from its side. The mirror's surface began to bulge outward. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a hammer, and rushed back. The glass continued to stretch like a membrane about to tear. I swung the hammer with all my strength. The mirror shattered, each fragment caught the light, reflecting not pieces of my hallway, but different rooms of that other house. As the pieces fell, I heard a sound not breaking glass, but tearing fabric. For weeks afterward, I gathered every shard, wrapping them in cloth and burying them deep in the yard. I patched the wall where the mirror had hung, painted over it, convinced I had ended the nightmare. Then I noticed my reflection in the bathroom mirror, just a small thing at first. My toothbrush was in my left hand, though I'm right-handed. When I moved my right hand, the reflection followed correctly. But sometimes, when I wasn't moving, I could swear my reflection's eyes shifted to look at something beyond the frame. I've started finding shards of the antique mirror throughout the house in drawers I know I've emptied, under furniture, between pages of books. Each piece shows the same room with the photographs, but the pictures are new ones, showing what I did that day. Sometimes I hear footsteps when I'm alone. The smell of scorched fabric lingers in empty rooms. And yesterday I found my journal open with an entry I don't remember writing. The handwriting was mine, but slightly different. The letters stretched too long, pressing too hard into the paper. It read, "I'm getting closer to the door. Soon I'll be home." I don't know how much longer I can pretend nothing is happening. The boundaries are thinning. When I sleep, I dream of walking down that long hallway toward the door. My hand reaches for the knob. Behind me, my reflection watches from countless mirrors, hammer in hand, fear in its eyes. Each night, I get a little closer to turning that knob. Each night, the door seems more real than the house around me. I wonder which side of the mirror I'm truly on. Story 3. I had been home all night, no visitors, no phone calls, but as I passed by the basement door I froze. Someone was speaking down there, my voice. The air smelled musty, thick with the scent of damp concrete and rusted metal. My stomach twisted as I pressed my ear to the wood. The voice was clearer now, soft, familiar, calling my name. And then from the other side of the door, something knocked. One knock, deliberate, as if whatever was down there knew I was listening. I pulled back, heart hammering against my ribs. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. An echo from the television I'd shut off moments ago, the house settling, my imagination working overtime after too many late nights alone. But deep down I knew better. The television had been muted. The house was old, but had never made sounds like that before. And my imagination, while active, had never manifested anything so visceral. I pressed my palm against the cool wood of the door. A subtle vibration traveled through my fingertips, almost imperceptible but undeniably present. The door felt wrong, somehow colder than it should be, almost damp to the touch despite the dry winter air. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting giving voice to my fear. Silence answered, then my own voice responded from the darkness below. "Hello, is anyone there?" The inflection, the slight rasp, the way the pitch rose at the end of the question, it was unmistakably me speaking. But I hadn't said those words. My hand fell to the doorknob. Logic screamed at me to walk away, to call someone, anyone. But curiosity, that dangerous companion to fear, pushed my fingers to turn the cold brass knob. The latch clicked and the door swung inward with a low creak. The darkness at the bottom of the stairs was absolute. The light switch was at the base of the steps, an architectural choice I'd complained about since moving in. Now it felt like a test, or perhaps a trap. I reached for my phone, activating the flashlight function. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating dust particles dancing in the air. I took the first step down, then another. The wooden stairs groaned beneath my weight, announcing my descent to whatever waited below. The smell grew stronger, earthy, mineral, with an underlying note of something metallic. Not rust, something warmer, something alive. "Who's down here?" I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. "I am," came the reply, my voice again, but wrong. The words seemed to emanate not from any particular direction, but from the darkness itself, as if the shadows had learned to speak with my stolen vocal cords. I continued my descent, flashlight beam bouncing wildly as my hand trembled. The concrete floor came into view, then the washing machine, the old workbench, boxes of holiday decorations stacked against the wall. Everything appeared normal, undisturbed. And yet the air felt charged, heavy with potential energy. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I reached the bottom step and stretched my arm toward the light switch. My fingers brushed against the plastic, and as I flipped it upward, nothing happened. The bulb had worked that morning when I'd come down to do laundry. A soft laugh, my laugh, echoed from the corner behind the water heater. "Come closer," my voice invited. "I need to show you something." Against every instinct, I moved forward, sweeping my phone's light across the basement. The beam caught something reflective in the far corner, a mirror I didn't recognize, propped against the wall. Its surface appeared rippled, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. I approached slowly, heart pounding in my ears. In the mirror's reflection, I saw myself, but not as I was in that moment. The reflection wore different clothes. Its posture was relaxed, confident, while I stood rigid with fear. Then it smiled at me. I did not. "Who are you?" I whispered. "I'm you," it replied, "just not yet." My reflection raised its hand, pressing its palm against the other side of the glass. The surface of the mirror rippled more intensely, like a membrane struggling to contain something desperate to break through. "Touch it," my reflection urged. "Feel what I feel." I lifted my hand, hovering inches from the glass. The air between my palm and the mirror pulsed with energy, warm and inviting. Something inside me screamed to run, to smash the mirror, to get as far away as possible. But another part, a quieter, darker part, wanted to know what waited on the other side. My phone suddenly died, plunging the basement into darkness. Panic surged through me, but before I could retreat, a soft blue glow emanated from the mirror, illuminating the space between us. My reflection remained visible, bathed in that ethereal light, still smiling, still waiting. "What happens if I touch it?" I asked. "We trade places," it answered honestly. "I get to live your life. You get to wait in the in-between until you find someone else to take your place." "And if I refuse?" The smile on my reflection's face faltered for a moment. "Then I'll find another way out. There are other mirrors, other reflective surfaces, other moments when the barrier between us thins. I'll wait. I've gotten quite good at waiting." I took a step back, then another. My reflection's expression darkened. "You can't escape this," it said, its voice my voice taking on a harder edge. "I've been watching you for weeks, testing the boundaries, learning your routines. The knocking was just to get your attention, but I can do so much more." As if to demonstrate, the washing machine behind me roared to life, its unbalanced load causing it to rock violently. Light bulbs I hadn't noticed in the ceiling suddenly illuminated, burning too bright before shattering in a shower of glass and sparks. I turned and ran for the stairs, heart threatening to burst from my chest. Behind me, my reflection laughed, a sound so familiar yet so wrong, coming from something that wasn't me. I reached the top of the stairs and slammed the basement door shut, turning the lock with trembling fingers. For a moment, everything was quiet, then a gentle knock from the other side. "You can't keep me down here forever," my voice called through the wood. "I'm already finding ways through." That night I sat awake in my living room, every light in the house blazing. I covered every reflective surface I could find: mirrors, television screens, the glass fronts of picture frames. I filled my phone with research about doppelgangers, mirror folk, dimensional rifts. Most of what I found was useless superstition, but buried in an obscure forum thread, I discovered others who had experienced similar phenomena. They wrote of entities that lived in reflections, patient predators that studied their victims before attempting to cross over and take their place. Some theories suggested they were alternate versions of ourselves from parallel dimensions, others that they were something ancient and inhuman that merely copied our appearance to lure us closer. What disturbed me most were the accounts from those who claimed their reflection had successfully crossed over not the victims themselves, but friends and family who noticed subtle changes in their loved ones. New mannerisms, different preferences, a certain coldness behind the eyes. Sleep eventually claimed me in the early morning hours, and I dreamed of standing in an empty room where all the walls were mirrors, each one showing a slightly different version of myself, all of them watching me with hungry eyes. I awakened to the sound of water running. Groggy and disoriented, I followed the noise to the bathroom, where the sink faucet was on full blast. I hadn't used this bathroom since the incident in the basement. I approached cautiously, keeping my gaze averted from the mirror above the sink. I reached for the faucet, turned it off, and backed away quickly. As I turned to leave, I caught something in my peripheral vision movement in the mirror that didn't match my own. Against my better judgment, I looked. My reflection stood there, watching me with a patient smile. It raised its hand in a small wave. "The barrier gets thinner every day," it said. "Soon I won't need your permission to cross over." I fled the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. Throughout the day, more unexplainable things occurred. Electronics turned themselves on and off. Water glasses tipped over without being touched. My own voice called to me from empty rooms. By evening, I'd made a decision. I couldn't stay in the house, but I couldn't simply leave either. Whatever was happening wasn't confined to my home, it was attached to me, to every surface that could cast my reflection. I returned to the basement, flashlight in hand, heart racing but mind clear. The mirror still stood in the corner, its surface now rippling constantly like the surface of a disturbed pond. My reflection waited on the other side, looking more solid, more real than it had before. "Come to trade places after all?" it asked, sounding pleased. "No," I replied. "I came to understand." Its expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Understand what?" What you are, what you want, why me? My reflection studied me for a long moment before answering. I am you just from somewhere else, somewhere darker, colder, a place where everything went wrong. I want what you have, this life, this world. And why you? It shrugged. Proximity, resonance, our frequencies match. Of all the possible yous in all the possible worlds, you and I are the most alike. If you're so like me, I said, then you know I won't give up my life without a fight. Fighting isn't necessary, my reflection countered. We could share, take turns. Half a life is better than the one I have now. For a brief moment I considered it. Then I remembered the coldness in its eyes, the casual cruelty in its voice when it had threatened me. No, I said firmly, I don't think we're alike at all. I raised the hammer I'd brought down with me and swung it at the mirror. The glass cracked but didn't shatter. My reflection's expression contorted with rage. You can't destroy me, it snarled. Break this mirror, I'll find another way through. There are countless reflective surfaces in your world. Maybe, I admitted, striking the mirror again. More cracks spread across its surface. But not all of them connect to you. This one is special. That's why you led me to it. One more blow and the mirror finally shattered. As the pieces fell, I caught a glimpse of something behind the glass, not a wall, but a vast, dark space filled with floating fragments of light, like stars in a midnight sky. For a split second, I saw countless versions of myself reflected in those fragments, some familiar, others disturbingly alien. Then the vision was gone, leaving only broken glass on concrete. I gathered every shard, wrapped them carefully, and buried them far from my home. In the days that followed, the strange phenomena gradually subsided. The knocking stopped. My voice no longer called to me from empty rooms. Reflective surfaces showed only what they should. But sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I feel a presence watching me from just beyond the veil of perception. And sometimes, when I look in a mirror from the corner of my eye, I catch a flicker of movement that doesn't quite match my own. I wonder how many more versions of me are out there, pressing against the thin barriers between worlds, looking for a way in. And I wonder if one day, one of them will succeed where my basement visitor failed. Every night before bed, I cover all the mirrors in my house, just in case. Story 4, he was always there. Every evening, as the sun dipped low, he stood in his yard facing my house. He never waved, never spoke, just stood still, watching. The air smelled crisp, tinged with the scent of cut grass and something acrid like burning wood. My pulse quickened. Tonight, as I pulled my curtains shut, I saw it. He wasn't alone anymore. A second figure stood beside him, identical in height and build, wearing the same navy windbreaker. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. Both remained motionless. Same posture, same blank expression, same unwavering stare directed at my bedroom window. Sleep came fitfully that night. The soft tapping against my window could have been branches scraping in the wind, but the rhythmic pattern felt deliberate, almost like fingernails gently seeking entrance. I pulled the blanket over my head, drowning in sweat despite the autumn chill. Morning brought temporary relief. I documented everything in a notebook: date, description, my feelings. Perhaps finding patterns would reveal an explanation. The logical part of my brain insisted on a rational cause: twins playing a prank, my deteriorating vision, stress-induced hallucinations. Yet none accounted for the cold dread spreading through my chest. I installed a security camera facing his property. The footage showed him standing in position as expected, but strangely, only one figure appeared on screen. Reviewing the recording repeatedly confirmed this discrepancy. My eyes had seen two, the camera captured one. That evening I forced myself to look again. Three identical neighbors now stood in perfect formation, equidistant from each other. My hand trembled as I snapped a photograph with my phone. The image showed only empty lawn. The smell of burning intensified daily. No visible smoke, no fire trucks responding to calls, yet the acrid scent seeped under door frames and through closed windows. It clung to my clothes, my hair, my skin. No amount of washing removed it. I began recording audio. The first attempts captured only ambient sounds, distant traffic, the furnace cycling, occasional dog barks. On the fourth night, beneath these ordinary noises, something else appeared in the recording. A low, constant hum punctuated by what sounded like whispered words in a language I couldn't identify. My neighbors on either side claimed they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Their dismissive expressions suggested concern for my mental state rather than the phenomenon. "Maybe you're working too hard," one suggested with forced cheerfulness. Their normalcy felt like another layer of wrongness. I started documenting changes in my home. The wall facing his property felt different, slightly warmer than the others, with a subtle vibration detectable when I pressed my palm against it. Pictures hung on that wall developed slight tilts overnight, regardless of how carefully I straightened them. The mirror in my bathroom began showing reflections that lagged by microseconds my movements, followed by ghostly afterimages that dissolved when I tried to focus on them. I filmed myself moving before the mirror, but the recording showed normal reflections. The discrepancy between what I experienced and what I could prove gnawed at my sanity. One morning I woke to find small objects rearranged, keys moved from hooks to countertops, coffee mugs in cabinets different from where I'd left them. Nothing missing, just displaced, as though someone had been examining my possessions during the night. I installed door sensors, window alarms, motion detectors, a fortress of technology to capture evidence. The systems never triggered, yet the rearrangements continued, growing bolder. Books opened to specific pages. My journal entries annotated with tiny marks in margins. 4 watchers stood in formation now, then 5, then 7. Their perfect stillness made them appear more like abandoned mannequins than living beings. I stopped photographing them, knowing the images would show nothing. Instead, I began sketching their positions in my journal, mapping their slow expansion across his yard. The night I counted 13 identical figures, I decided to confront the situation. I prepared carefully, flashlight, phone recording video, neighbor on standby for emergency call. Heart pounding, I walked directly toward the semicircle of watchers. They didn't move as I approached. Even standing mere feet away, I couldn't discern breathing or blinking. Their eyes tracked me with perfect synchronization. Up close, I noticed a detail previously invisible from my window: thin black lines running from their hairlines down their necks, disappearing beneath collars, like seams. "What do you want?" My voice sounded foreign in the stillness. No response, just unblinking stares. I reached out, fingertips inching toward the nearest figure's arm. The moment before contact, a sound erupted not from the watchers, but from my house behind me, a sharp crack like breaking glass. I turned instinctively toward the noise. When I looked back, the yard stood empty. All 13 gone, without footprints or disturbance in the grass. The broken sound had come from my bedroom window, a perfect, star-shaped crack at its center. Inside, I found my journal open, pages flipping by themselves as though caught in a breeze, though the air hung still and heavy. The pages settled on my most recent entry, where beneath my handwriting appeared a single line in unfamiliar script. I couldn't read the symbols, yet somehow understood their meaning with bone-deep certainty. The watching goes both ways. My security system registered nothing that night, no movement, no sound. Yet in the morning, every mirror in my house had developed the same star-shaped crack. The security camera footage showed only static between midnight and dawn. I stopped documenting, stopped looking out windows, sealed mirrors beneath blankets. None of it mattered. The watching continued regardless. I felt it in the prickling sensation across my skin, in the weight of unseen eyes following my movements. The smell of burning intensified until it permeated everything. Food tasted of ash. Water carried a metallic aftertaste. My throat remained perpetually raw. The walls began whispering when I tried to sleep, soft murmurings impossible to ignore, yet too indistinct to comprehend. Recording devices captured only white noise, adding another layer to my growing isolation. Neighbors stopped responding to my knocks. Mail ceased delivery. Phone calls connected to endless ringing. The world beyond my property seemed to recede, leaving me alone with the watchers whose numbers I now felt rather than saw. One morning I noticed a small black line running down my forearm, similar to the seams I'd seen on the watchers. It didn't hurt when touched, didn't bleed when scratched, just a perfect black line that extended a fraction longer each day. I covered it with bandages, applied creams and ointments. Nothing affected its steady progression up my arm, across my shoulder, climbing my neck. My reflection in water in darkened windows, never in mirrors now, showed more lines appearing along my spine, down my legs, across my forehead. The morning I found a star-shaped crack in my bathroom tile, I understood with sudden clarity. The neighbor hadn't been watching my house. He'd been watching the seam between realities, the fracture that had always existed in this exact spot, hidden beneath perception until something my attention, perhaps, widened it. Now I stand at my window during sunset. Someone has moved into my old house across the street. I watch their windows, their movements, their growing awareness of something wrong. I remain perfectly still. Others join me each evening, identical in height, build, clothing. We watch together as the crack between worlds widens. Sometimes the new occupant looks directly at me. I see the moment of recognition flash across their face, followed by confusion when they realize I never blink, never move, never leave. The seam along my neck has healed now, barely visible except in certain light. My skin feels different, tighter, smoother, less my own. The burning smell has become so familiar I no longer notice it. We watch, we wait, we stand as sentinels before the fracture. And somewhere in a journal I no longer possess, a single line explains everything and nothing. The watching goes both ways. Soon another will join our vigil. Story 5. I had just moved in. The house was old but charming, with thick wooden beams and a fireplace that smelled of charred cedar. But as I set up my bed, my stomach clenched. The wall beside it was scratched deep, uneven letters carved into the wood. My breath hitched as I traced the words with my fingers. Don't sleep here. The warning felt cold against my fingertips, each letter jagged and frantic, as if carved in haste. I laughed nervously, convincing myself it was just the previous tenant's idea of a joke. Perhaps a child trying to scare their siblings, or a teenager attempting to create an urban legend. Nothing more than that. I unpacked my belongings, arranging books on shelves and clothes in drawers, determined to make this space mine. The wooden floors creaked beneath my feet with each step, a symphony of settling and age. Yet something felt off about the house. The way shadows gathered in corners seemed deliberate, almost watchful. That night I placed my bed against the opposite wall, away from those scratched words. A small victory, a silent rebellion against an anonymous warning. As darkness fell, the house transformed. Wood contracted, pipes hummed, and somewhere in the distance, something scraped against a surface. I told myself these were normal sounds in an old house. Sleep came reluctantly, my mind replaying the carved message like a mantra. When I finally drifted off, strange dreams invaded my rest, visions of fingers bleeding from scraping against wood, of someone desperately trying to warn me. I woke with a start, my skin damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The darkness felt thick, almost tangible. A soft scratching sound filled the silence. At first I thought it might be branches against the window, but there were no trees close enough to touch the house. The sound continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Scratch, scratch, scratch. My hand fumbled for the lamp switch. The light revealed nothing unusual, but the scratching persisted. I followed the sound, which seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. Pressing my ear against the cool plaster, I listened. It wasn't random noise, but methodical, like something was trying to communicate. The next morning, exhaustion clung to me like a second skin. I examined every wall in my bedroom, but found nothing new. No additional scratches, no explanation for the sounds. Perhaps I had imagined it all, a product of first-night nerves in a new place. I decided to research the history of my house, hoping to find some rational explanation. The local library yielded little information, just property records and mundane details about previous owners. Nothing sinister, nothing that explained the warning on my wall or the sounds in the night. That evening I returned home determined to face whatever awaited me. I placed a notebook and pen beside my bed, intending to document anything unusual. This approach gave me a sense of control, transforming me from victim to investigator. Sleep came easier this night, weariness overriding fear, but the scratching returned, pulling me from unconsciousness. This time I didn't reach for the light. Instead, I lay perfectly still, listening. The sound moved, traveling along the wall behind my head, then across the ceiling, down the opposite wall, and under the floor, a complete circuit around me. I forced myself to write in my notebook, my handwriting shaky but legible. Scratching noise makes circuit of room, no visible cause. The pattern repeated for several nights. I began to track it, noting start times and duration. The scratching always followed the same path but lingered longer at the spot where the warning was carved. Sleep became fragmented, my days fuzzy with fatigue. On the seventh night, something changed. The scratching began as usual, but then stopped abruptly at the warning on the wall. Silence stretched, heavy and expectant. Then came a new sound, a soft, wet sliding noise, like something damp being dragged across wood. I remained frozen, afraid that any movement might draw attention to myself. The sliding sound continued, moving back and forth across the warning. My curiosity eventually overcame my fear. I reached for the lamp. The light revealed no visible source for the sounds, but something about the warning had changed. The scratched letters now glistened with moisture, as if freshly carved. I approached cautiously, touching one finger to the wood. It came away red, The scratches were bleeding. I backed away, heart pounding. This was impossible, yet the evidence glistened on my fingertip. I wiped it on my notebook, creating a small red smear across the page, proof that I wasn't hallucinating. Morning arrived with cruel brightness. In daylight, the scratches were dry, though slightly darker than before, as if stained. I photographed them with my phone, determined to document everything. My days became consumed with research. I interviewed neighbors, hoping for insights into previous residents. Most knew little, but one elderly woman remembered a family who had left suddenly decades ago. Never said goodbye, she recalled, just vanished overnight, left most of their things behind. When I pressed for details, she shook her head. The daughter was unwell, they said, disturbed, always talking about something in the walls. That night, I placed a digital recorder near the warning. If something was trying to communicate, I would capture it. Sleep eluded me as I waited, watching the wall in the dim glow of moonlight filtering through curtains. The scratching began earlier, more insistent than before. I watched the recorder's lights flicker, indicating it was picking up sound. Then the bleeding started again, dark liquid seeping from the grooves of each letter, running down the wall in thin rivulets. I forced myself to approach, recorder in hand. "Who are you?" I whispered to the wall. "What do you want?" The scratching intensified, no longer following its usual circuit, but concentrated behind the warning. Wood splintered as new scratches appeared beside the original message. I watched, transfixed with horror and fascination, as words formed, there inside. My body went cold. Who's inside? Inside where? The answer came not as scratches, but as a whisper from my recorder, a voice so faint I almost missed it. Inside you. Something shifted within me then, a sensation like movement beneath my skin. I looked down at my hands and noticed fine red lines appearing across my palms, forming patterns like wood grain. The revelation hit me with sickening clarity. I wasn't just living in this house, it was living in me. Each night I'd spent here, each breath of ancient dust, each touch of the scratched warning had allowed something to transfer itself, molecule by molecule. I fled the room, stumbling downstairs, desperate to escape. But at the front door, my body suddenly refused to move forward. My hand reached for the knob, but stopped inches away, as if controlled by something else. The whisper came again, this time from within my own throat, words forming without my volition. Too late now. I fought against the invisible restraint, managing to pull my phone from my pocket. My fingers trembled as I typed a message to a friend, "Need help, come quick." But before I could send it, my hand spasmed, dropping the phone. It shattered on the floor, screen cracking into a pattern, identical to the wood grain spreading across my skin. I found myself walking back upstairs, movements mechanical and foreign. In the bathroom mirror, I saw thin lines appearing on my face, branching across my cheeks like roots or veins. When I touched them, they felt like ridges of hardened wood. Understanding dawned with terrible clarity. The warning wasn't meant to scare away tenants, it was a desperate message from someone who had already begun transforming, someone trying to save others from their fate. Now I was becoming part of the house too. Each day since the transformation advances, wooden patterns spread across my skin, hardening in patches. My movements grow stiffer, more deliberate. Sometimes I stand in one position for hours, unaware of time passing like a beam supporting weight. I've carved my own warning now next to the original. New tenants will arrive eventually, believing all these scratched messages are hoaxes or jokes. They'll sleep here despite the warnings, and the cycle will continue. The house needs new material, fresh wood, fresh bodies. And I realize with what humanity remains in me that I should have heeded the warning. Because now I understand what truly scratches within these walls. It's the others who came before me, their consciousnesses trapped as they slowly transformed. And soon, very soon, I'll join them. My fingers bled as I carve these words, adding my story to the warning. If you're reading this, it might already be too late. Don't sleep here. Story 6. I had been using the same closet for years, just a simple space for coats, boxes, and shoes. But tonight, as I reached for my jacket, I noticed something new. A second door, narrow, crooked, tucked against the back wall. My fingers brushed the handle. The air smelled stale, tinged with something sweet, like flowers long past their prime. I knew it hadn't been there before, but when I turned back, the door was slightly open. A whisper of cold air brushed against my face. Not winter cold, but the chill of deep underground places where sunlight never reaches. I stood frozen, my jacket forgotten in my hand, watching that small gap between the crooked door and its frame. The rational part of my mind insisted there must be an explanation. Perhaps the landlord had maintenance work done while I was at work. Maybe the door had always been there, hidden behind coats and forgotten boxes, and I simply never noticed it before. But as I ran my fingers along the aged wood grain, feeling each splinter and imperfection, I knew this wasn't true. This door was both ancient and new-weathered by years I hadn't witnessed, yet appearing in my home without warning or reason. I should have closed it immediately, should have pushed it shut, locked it somehow, called someone. Instead, I found myself pulling it wider. Beyond the threshold was darkness, not the familiar darkness of a closet or unused room, but a void that seemed to swallow my vision entirely. I reached for the light switch beside my regular closet door, flicking it on. The closet itself illuminated, but the darkness beyond the new door remained absolute, as if light itself couldn't penetrate whatever lay beyond. I retrieved my phone and activated its flashlight, pointing the beam into the opening. The light revealed a narrow passageway with walls of rough stone that shouldn't exist in an apartment building made of drywall and wooden studs. The passage curved gently to the right, preventing me from seeing where it led. A soft sound emerged from the darkness, something between a whisper and the rustle of fabric. I strained to hear, leaning forward despite every instinct warning me to step back. "Hello," my voice sounded muffled, as if the darkness itself absorbed the sound. No response came, but the air from the passage shifted, carrying a stronger version of that sickly sweet floral smell. Beneath it lay something else, damp earth and decay. I took a single step backward, bumping into my bed. The rational part of my mind began working overtime. Sleep deprivation, stress from work, maybe something I ate. All possible explanations for hallucinating a door that couldn't exist, leading to a stone passage that couldn't be real. I closed the door firmly and decided to deal with it after a good night's sleep. Whatever was happening, I needed rest to face it with clarity. Sleep came with surprising ease, pulling me under like a weight. My dreams were filled with corridors and distant voices calling my name, but when morning arrived, they faded to vague impressions. Sunlight streamed through my bedroom window as I approached the closet, half expecting, hoping the strange door would be gone. It wasn't. If anything, it looked more solid, more real in daylight. The wood seemed darker, the brass handle more polished. I placed my palm against it, feeling a subtle vibration, as if something on the other side was humming or breathing. The door was slightly warmer than the surrounding wall. I decided to document the phenomenon. If I was losing my mind, at least I'd have evidence of the process. I took photos with my phone, capturing the door from different angles. When I reviewed them, a chill ran down my spine. In each image, the door appeared slightly different, taller in one photo, with different grain patterns in another. In the final picture, taken from the side, a shadow seemed to linger in the gap beneath the door, as if someone stood just on the other side. I needed to confirm I wasn't hallucinating. I called my friend Michael, asking if he could stop by after work. I didn't mention the door, only that I needed his opinion on something in my apartment. Throughout the day, I found myself drawn back to the closet. Each time I checked, small details had changed. The handle shifted position. The hinges, which I hadn't noticed before, now appeared ornate and ancient. And most disturbingly, scratches began appearing on the inside of my regular closet door, thin, vertical marks that looked like someone had dragged fingernails down the wood. When Michael arrived that evening, I led him directly to the bedroom. "I need you to look in my closet and tell me what you see," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Michael gave me a strange look, but obliged. He pulled open the closet door and stared inside for a long moment. "Clothes, shoes, some boxes. What am I supposed to be seeing?" My heart sank. Nothing unusual, no second door at the back. He looked again, more carefully this time, pushing aside hanging clothes. "No doors except this main one. Are you feeling okay?" I moved him aside and looked for myself. The narrow door was there, exactly as before, now sporting a small keyhole beneath the handle that hadn't existed earlier. "You really don't see it, right there," I pointed directly at it. Michael's expression shifted from confusion to concern. "There's nothing there but wall. Maybe you should get some rest." After he left, I sat on my bed staring at the door only I could see. Either I was experiencing a remarkably detailed hallucination, or the door existed in some way that was visible only to me. Neither option was comforting. That night I heard sounds coming from within the closet, soft tapping like fingernails on wood, whispers too faint to make out words but carrying the cadence of speech. I placed a chair against the closet door before returning to bed, but sleep eluded me. Near dawn, when exhaustion finally pulled me under, I dreamed of walking through the stone passage. In the dream, I followed its winding path downward, deeper into darkness, drawn by a voice calling my name with increasing urgency. I woke with a start to find myself standing in front of the open closet, the chair pushed aside. The mysterious door stood wide open, the darkness beyond now filled with a faint, pulsing glow. My journal sat open on my desk, though I had no memory of writing in it. New entries filled several pages, written in my handwriting, but with phrases and words I would never use. Most disturbing were the small sketches in the margins, detailed drawings of the passage beyond the door and something waiting at its end. The smell from the passage had grown stronger, no longer just decaying flowers, but something metallic like copper or blood. Despite my fear, I found myself moving closer, as if the doorway exerted its own gravity. I started recording video on my phone, narrating everything I observed. The door continues to change. The passage beyond looks different today. The stones are wet now, and there are markings carved into them that resemble letters in no alphabet I recognize. Reviewing the footage later revealed something I hadn't noticed in the moment: a shadow moving independently of mine, following several steps behind me as I approached the door. I decided to seal the closet entirely. I purchased heavy-duty padlocks and chains, securing the regular closet door as firmly as possible. I covered the entire door with duct tape, marking the edges with pen so I would know if it had been disturbed. For 2 days the barrier held. The sounds continued louder now, more insistent, but contained behind my makeshift barricade. I began to hope that whatever was happening might resolve itself if denied access to me. On the third morning, I woke to find all the chains and locks intact, the tape undisturbed. But when I entered the bathroom, I discovered a new door there identical to the one in my closet, embedded in the wall where only a small medicine cabinet had been before. I ran my hands over the wood, feeling the same warmth, the same subtle vibration. The handle turned easily under my touch, though I tried to resist the impulse to open it. The passage beyond was the same, but the light at its end seemed brighter, more inviting. The whispers formed clearer words now. "Come see, we've been waiting." I slammed the bathroom door shut and fled the apartment, spending the night at a hotel. But my dreams were filled with doors, dozens of them, appearing in walls, floors, ceilings, each one leading to the same passage, the same waiting presence. When I returned home the next day, I found my apartment transformed. Doors identical to the first appeared on every wall, some small, barely large enough to crawl through, others towering from floor to ceiling, all exuding that same sweet metallic smell, all vibrating with that same subtle energy. The original door in my closet now stood fully open, the darkness beyond replaced with a soft, pulsing light that cast no shadows. Written on the inside of the door in what looked disturbingly like blood were the words, "You've kept us waiting long enough." My phone rang. Michael, checking in on me. His voice sounded distant, underwater. "Are you feeling any better about that door situation?" "They're everywhere now," I whispered, watching as the nearest doorknob slowly turned on its own. "They want me to enter." "What are you talking about? What wants you to enter?" I could no longer explain. The words wouldn't form. Instead, I found myself moving toward the original door, drawn by the pulsing light and the voices that now sounded so familiar, so comforting. "I think they've always been here," I said, more to myself than to Michael, waiting for someone to notice them, to open the way. As my hand touched the warm wood of the door frame, I felt something reach back, fingers intertwining with mine, pulling gently. "I have to go now," I told Michael. "They're showing me something important, something I forgot." I don't know if he responded. The phone fell from my hand as I stepped across the threshold into the warm light. The passage looked different now, wider, welcoming, the stone walls covered in intricate patterns that shifted and moved as I watched them. Behind me, I heard the door swing shut with a soft click. When I turned back, it was gone. Only the passage remained, stretching ahead and behind, curving gently out of sight in both directions. I'm walking the passage now. The light grows brighter with each step, the voices clearer. They know my name. They've always known it. I realize now that I'm not traveling to somewhere new, but returning to somewhere forgotten. Ahead, another door waits. Unlike the others, this one stands open wide, revealing not darkness but blinding brilliance. As I approach, I understand with perfect clarity I am not the one who discovered the door. The door discovered me. Story 7. The steps creaked as I carried groceries up to the front door, the wood groaning beneath my weight. But then I saw it. A hand. Small, pale fingers curled around the edge of the porch, just barely visible in the shadows beneath. The air smelled of damp earth and something foul, like decayed leaves after a storm. My breath caught in my throat. The hand twitched. I froze, grocery bags suddenly heavy in my arms. The fingers moved again, deliberately this time, as if beckoning me closer. I set the bags down slowly, careful not to make noise. Every instinct told me to unlock my door and rush inside, but something else, curiosity perhaps, or a deeper compulsion, kept me rooted in place. The porch light cast weak shadows across the weathered boards. I knelt down, heart hammering against my ribs. "Hello," I whispered, leaning forward to peer into the darkness. The fingers retreated slightly, sliding back into shadow. A child's hand, I was certain, but what child would hide beneath my porch? I retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but dirt, cobwebs, and old garden tools I'd forgotten were stored there. No hand, no child, just empty space and shadows. That night I dreamed of fingers tapping on my bedroom floor, trying to get in from below. I woke to the sound of scratching beneath my bed, but when I looked, nothing was there. Yet the certainty remained something had found its way into my home, into my mind. The next morning I examined the crawl space under the porch. The opening was small, barely large enough for a child to squeeze through, with a rusted metal grate covering it. The grate was intact, undisturbed. Spider webs stretched across the corners, undisturbed for months, perhaps years. Nothing could have gotten in or out. While brewing coffee, I noticed a strange mark on my kitchen table, 5 thin, parallel lines etched into the wood. Finger marks dragged across the surface. I ran my hand over them, feeling their depth. They hadn't been there yesterday. I began documenting everything. I took photos of the marks. I recorded the scratching sounds that came at night. I set up a camera facing the porch. Each morning I reviewed the footage, finding nothing but occasional shifts in shadow that could have been anything: a stray cat, wind moving branches, tricks of light. The scratching beneath my floor grew louder, more insistent. It followed a pattern: now 3 quick scratches, silence, then 2 slow ones, repeat. I recorded it, played it back, slowed it down. When reversed, it almost sounded like words. One evening while cooking dinner, I dropped a knife. It clattered to the floor, spinning beneath the refrigerator. When I knelt to retrieve it, I noticed a small opening where the floorboard had separated from the wall. From within came a soft whisper, words I couldn't quite make out. I pressed my ear against the gap. "Let me in." I jerked away, heart racing. The voice was childlike, but wrong, too hollow, too knowing. I covered the gap with duct tape, then pushed the refrigerator over it for good measure. That night the scratching came from inside the walls. It traveled through the house, following me from room to room. When I pressed my hand against the wallpaper, I felt something press back. I stopped sleeping. Instead, I filled notebooks with observations, temperatures dropping in rooms where the scratching was loudest, black mold growing in strange patterns that resembled handprints, the way my skin prickled when I passed certain areas of the house. The rational part of my mind grew quieter as exhaustion took hold, but I needed to understand what was happening. I began tearing up floorboards, cutting holes in drywall, searching for evidence of the presence I now felt constantly. Neighbors noticed my deterioration: the wild eyes, unwashed clothes, the frantic way I checked beneath my porch each morning. they stopped visiting. In my bathroom mirror, I noticed my reflection would move just slightly out of sync, fingers twitching before I moved my own. My reflection began to smile when I did not. The day everything changed started normally enough. I was transcribing my recordings when a photograph slipped from between the pages of my notebook, a picture I never took. It showed me sleeping in my bed, taken from above. On the back, written in childish scrawl, "I'm closer now." Panic surged through me. I gathered my documentation, the photos, recordings, journals, and spread them across the living room floor. Patterns emerged that I hadn't noticed before. The scratching sounds, when mapped across the house, formed a spiral centering on the crawl space under the porch. The temperature drops followed the same pattern. Everything pointed back to where it began, those pale fingers curling around the edge of my porch. I grabbed a crowbar and rushed outside, determined to end it. The metal grate came away easily, too easily, as if someone had already loosened it. The opening gaped black and inviting. I shined my flashlight into the darkness, revealing nothing but dirt floor and cobwebs. Taking a deep breath, I squeezed through the opening. The space was larger inside than seemed possible from outside. My flashlight beam caught something reflective in the far corner, a small hand mirror, cracked down the center. I crawled toward it, feeling the dirt cool and damp beneath my palms. When I reached the mirror and lifted it, I saw a child's face looking back at me, not behind me, in place of my reflection. The face smiled, fingers reaching through the glass. I dropped the mirror, but the hand continued emerging, pale fingers extending toward me. I scrambled backward, but the crawl space seemed to stretch endlessly now. The hand, my hand, but smaller, paler, reached for my face. "We've been waiting for you to find us," a voice whispered, my voice but wrong, hollow and ancient. "You've been looking in mirrors your whole life, never seeing what looks back." The fingers touched my cheek, cold as winter soil. Something shifted inside me, memories rearranging themselves, making room for others that had always been there, waiting to be remembered. I saw myself as a child, finding something beneath this very porch, something that had waited for me to return, to remember. I crawled back through the opening, but the house that waited above was subtly wrong, furniture slightly out of place, colors a shade darker. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection watched me with curious eyes, head tilted at an impossible angle. When I turned away, I felt it remain, watching. They say we carry ghosts within us, memories, regrets, versions of ourselves left behind. Mine had always been literal, patient, waiting beneath familiar boards for me to remember what I found as a child, what found me. Now I live in my house that is not quite my house. I go to work, I shop for groceries, I smile at neighbors who look at me strangely, noticing something different they can't quite place. At night, I hear scratching from within my own skin. Sometimes, walking up my porch steps, I glimpse pale fingers curling around the edge, beckoning. I know they're mine, reaching out from below, from before. The hand under my porch was always my own, calling me back to myself. And sometimes I reach back. Story 8, his house had always unsettled me. Too many corners, too many shadows, the scent of old paper clinging to the air. But it was the locked door at the end of the hall that made my skin crawl. "It's just storage," my grandfather had said. But last night, as I walked past, I heard something, a shuffle, a breath, the scent of dust, and something faintly rotten seeped through the cracks. I inherited the house after his funeral. The key to the locked room wasn't among those the lawyer handed me. Perhaps it was lost, he suggested with a shrug that felt too dismissive. I nodded, but something in me knew better. The first night alone in that house stretched endlessly. Wind whispered through the eaves, making the old timber creak and settle. I tried to sleep, but found myself staring at the ceiling, listening. Under the natural sounds of an aging structure, I detected something else, a subtle rhythm, almost like breathing, coming from down the hall. I told myself it was nothing. Houses make noises. This one was particularly vocal, having weathered countless seasons. Yet when I pressed my ear against my bedroom wall, the vibration I felt wasn't mechanical. It pulsed, it waited. Morning brought clarity, or so I convinced myself. I explored every room, documenting my inheritance room by room with my camera. Every space held memory's grandfather's study with its walls of leather-bound books, the kitchen with copper pots hanging above the island, the solarium filled with plants that somehow thrived despite his neglect. Only the locked door remained unexplored. I examined it carefully for the first time. The wood was darker than the surrounding walls, the grain pattern unusual. Running my fingers along its surface, I noticed it felt warmer than the adjacent wall, as if it somehow generated its own heat. I tried standard keys, then bobby pins, then a credit card. Nothing worked. The brass knob wouldn't turn, the door wouldn't budge. I took photographs of it from different angles, noticing how the images seemed slightly blurred despite my steady hand. That night I awoke to a sound from down the hall, a soft thud followed by what sounded like paper rustling. Grabbing my phone for light, I crept toward the locked room. The floorboards, silent under my steps during daylight, now creaked with every movement, announcing my approach. The locked door looked different in the darkness. The crack at the bottom appeared wider, and a faint glow, not electric, more like candlelight, pulsed from within. I pressed my ear against the wood. "Hello," I whispered. The light vanished, the sound ceased, but something pressed back against the door, right where my ear touched the wood. I jerked away, heart hammering in my chest, and fled back to my room. In the morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream. Yet when I checked my phone, the photos I'd taken showed the door slightly ajar, though when I rushed to check, it remained firmly closed and locked. I began keeping a journal, documenting everything. The way my coffee grew cold too quickly when I sat near that hallway. How the houseplants nearest the door withered while others thrived. The strange marks that appeared on my skin after I spent too long trying to peek through the keyhole red welts that formed perfect circles on my fingertips. While cleaning grandfather's study, I found an old notebook hidden behind his collection of first editions. His handwriting filled dozens of pages with observations similar to mine. Temperature fluctuations, strange sounds, objects moved overnight. The final entry, dated just days before his death, read simply, "It knows I'm leaving, it isn't happy." That night a storm rolled in. Rain lashed against windows and thunder shook the house to its foundation. Between crashes, I heard knocking, 3 distinct raps against wood, not from the front door, but from inside the locked room. I ignored it at first, then the knocking grew louder, more insistent. The electricity flickered, then failed completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard the brass knob of the locked door rattle. Using my phone's flashlight, I crept down the hall. Water pooled on the floor, not from any visible leak, but spreading outward from beneath the locked door. It wasn't clear like rainwater, but dark and viscous, with a metallic smell. The knocking stopped as I approached. Standing before the door, shivering despite the unusual warmth emanating from it, I made a decision. This was my house now. Whatever secrets it held belonged to me. "Who's there?" I demanded, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. The response wasn't in words, but in sensation. The door vibrated, sending a wave through the floorboards beneath my feet. The dark liquid began to recede, pulling back under the door as if summoned. In the beam of my flashlight, I noticed something I'd overlooked: tiny symbols carved into the door frame, worn with age but distinctly deliberate. They formed patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. I took photos trying to capture the markings, but each attempt produced images more distorted than the last. In one, a dark figure stood behind me, though I'd been alone. In another, the door appeared completely different, made of metal rather than wood. Sleep eluded me that night. I sat in grandfather's study, poring over his notebook, searching for answers. Among his ramblings, one passage stood out. It doesn't want out, it wants in, further in, through us. Morning brought no relief. The symbols on the doorframe had multiplied, now spreading several inches onto the surrounding wall. The wood of the door itself seemed to have changed texture, becoming smoother, almost like skin. I called a locksmith who arrived that afternoon. He examined the door with professional curiosity, then tried his tools. With each attempt, his expression grew more confused. "This isn't a standard lock," he explained. "In fact, I'm not sure it's a lock at all, just looks like one." When he pressed his metal tools against the keyhole, they emerged bent and discolored. He packed up quickly after that, refusing payment, eager to leave. That evening I sat across from the door with my camera, taking time-lapse photos. Hours passed. When I reviewed the footage, the door remained static in each frame except in one image midway through, where it stood wide open, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. I checked the door immediately, still locked, still closed. The next morning I found a key on my bedside table, old brass, ornately designed with symbols matching those on the door frame. I had no recollection of putting it there, no idea where it had come from. Yet somehow I recognized it had always known it, somewhere deep in my mind. I held it, feeling its weight, its significance. The metal warmed quickly in my palm, almost burning. When I set it down, my skin retained its imprint, a perfect outline that didn't fade for hours. Something compelled me to try the key, despite every instinct warning against it. I approached the door slowly, key extended. Before I could insert it, the knob turned on its own, just slightly a quarter-inch of rotation that should have been impossible. I stumbled back, dropping the key. It landed on the wooden floor with a dull thud, then began to slide, not rolling, but moving deliberately back toward my foot. I kicked it away and it stopped, but when I blinked, it had somehow returned to the exact same spot. That night, unable to sleep, I sat staring at the key on my desk. The longer I looked, the more its shape seemed to change, its teeth elongating, curling back like fingers beckoning me forward. I understood then what grandfather had discovered. The room wasn't locked to keep something in. It was locked to keep everything else out, until it was ready, until it had prepared its way. In his final journal entry, below the line about it not being happy, almost too faint to read, he'd written, "The key isn't for the door is the key." I packed a bag that night, intending to leave at first light, but as dawn approached, I realized I couldn't remember where I'd put my car keys, or my phone, or which door led outside. The house seemed to have rearranged itself around me, hallways extending where they shouldn't, doors opening to walls, windows showing impossible landscapes. Only one path remained clear, the hallway leading to the locked room. And now, even as I write these words, I notice the door standing slightly ajar, no longer locked, no longer waiting. Something shifts in the darkness beyond, not retreating from the light of my candle, but absorbing it, inviting me in. And despite everything, I find myself standing, moving forward. My reflection in the brass doorknob stretches and distorts, no longer resembling anything human. The room has been waiting for a new occupant. The house needs a new keeper. I step through the doorway, understanding finally blooming in my mind. Grandfather never left. He simply moved in further and becoming part of what he feared, as I will, as we all must eventually. The door closes behind me with a sound like coming home. Story 9. On a radiant afternoon spent tending my garden, a serendipitous occurrence unfolded before me. While organizing my gardening tools, my foot stumbled upon a loose floorboard in the shed. Curiosity piqued, I lifted the board, revealing a concealed room brimming with relics and enigmatic trinkets. The air hung heavy with the fragrance of damp earth and aged wood, enveloping me in a cocoon of intrigue. Every item within the hidden chamber seemed to hum with the whispers of a forgotten era, beckoning me to unravel the tapestry of history woven within its confines. Sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting soft shadows over the weathered implements and terracotta pots, adding a touch of ethereal mystique to the scene. As I knelt down to inspect the newly uncovered space, a hollow sound reverberated, resonating with untold possibilities. The aged wood yielded easily to my touch, revealing a narrow staircase descending into the unknown depths below. With cautious steps, I descended into the darkness, the musty scent growing more potent with each stride, my hand grazing the rough stone wall for guidance. The temperature dropped steadily as I ventured further, the soft patter of water droplets echoing in the distance. Illuminating the path with a flickering flashlight, I beheld shelves adorned with an array of curious artifacts from eras long past. Delicate porcelain dolls gazed back at me with knowing eyes, their once vibrant attire now faded to soft hues of the past. Leather-bound journals, adorned with elegant script in faded ink, hinted at the intimate details of lives lived in a bygone time. Brass instruments, dulled by the passage of years, exuded a silent melody that lingered in the air like a half-remembered tune. Yet it was a peculiar music box, intricately adorned with a garden scene mirroring my own, that captivated my senses. Upon lifting its lid, a gentle breath of air infused with the essence of spring flowers wafted forth, defying the logic of time yet undeniably present. Each corner of the room unveiled a revelation that challenged my understanding of the world above. The dimensions hinted at an extension far beneath the garden's surface, while enigmatic markings resembling celestial maps adorned the walls. Lost in the mesmerizing array of discoveries, I chanced upon a collection of aged photographs, capturing fleeting moments of individuals in my garden across different epochs. Their expressions mirrored my own, a blend of wonder and tranquil contemplation, as if they too had stumbled upon this subterranean sanctuary. Pages of the journals spoke of nature's intricate patterns, detailing blooms that bloomed only under specific stars and seeds that sprouted solely by moonlight. Time seemed to dance within the chamber, the shifting sunlight painting ever-evolving patterns on the floor, as if orchestrating a silent symphony of illumination. Amidst the treasures, a peculiar key of ornate design rested within a drawer, its purpose veiled in mystery, perhaps serving as a reminder that some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved. Emerging from the hidden realm, I found that time had played tricks, the garden bathed in the same golden light as when I descended, though my perception suggested otherwise. Sitting amidst the blossoms at dusk, a newfound understanding washed over me, infusing every petal and rustling leaf with deeper significance. The mysteries of the hidden room had reshaped my connection to the world, unveiling layers of enigma that enriched the tapestry of my existence. The secrets unearthed beneath the garden shed became a gentle undercurrent in my daily routine, a whisper of the unknown woven into the fabric of my days. I guard the room's location as a sacred trust, wondering if others have stumbled upon its wonders through different paths in different times. The garden flourishes with a vigor unseen before, occasionally gifting me with relics from the hidden chamber, as if time itself conspires to bridge the past with the present. The secret sanctuary beneath the earth remains my personal enigma, a haven where time flows like honey and questions linger without the need for answers. In the quiet moments when sunlight dances upon the shed's window, I glimpse fleeting reflections that hint at the room below, a silent dialogue of light and shadow. The mysteries I uncovered have become a harmonious melody in the symphony of my life, a reminder that beneath the facade of the ordinary lies a world of boundless wonder, awaiting those with the patience to seek its hidden truths. Story 10. As I sifted through a dusty box of forgotten art supplies in a quaint thrift store, my fingers brushed against a weathered sketchbook hiding amidst the clutter. Its cover, worn and tattered, whispered of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Opening it revealed a treasure trove of intricate blueprints detailing a structure unknown to me. The delicate pages, tinged with age, carried the faint aroma of graphite and history, drawing me in with their silent allure. Each line etched on the yellowed paper hinted at a hidden purpose, a design that transcended mere artistry. Night after night, I found myself captivated in my dimly lit study, where the soft glow of the desk lamp danced upon the ancient pages, casting gentle shadows that swayed with the rhythm of my curiosity. The pitter-patter of rain against the window pane provided a soothing symphony as I traced my fingers over the mysterious blueprints, feeling the enigma of their creation seep into my soul. The more I pored over the intricate details, the more I unearthed peculiarities that defied the laws of conventional architecture. Curved corridors twisted upon themselves in ways unimaginable, staircases led to rooms defying spatial logic, and windows captured light from angles beyond mathematical comprehension. Yet amidst this architectural chaos, every line was meticulously drawn, every annotation penned in a script bordering on the verge of artistry. But it was the marginal notes, fading whispers of thoughts inscribed in ink, that truly captured my imagination. Phrases like threshold spaces and liminal architecture swirled in my mind, leading me down contemplative paths where reality blurred with dreams. As I delved deeper, I began sketching my interpretations of the designs, seeking to unravel the underlying philosophy that bound the mysterious blueprints together. The soft scratch of the pencil against paper became a meditative chant, a gateway to a realm where time lost its grip and the boundaries of the ordinary blurred. In the hushed moments before dawn, I almost felt the presence of the unknown architect guiding my hand, weaving a tapestry of lines that whispered of a reality beyond comprehension. With each exploration of the blueprints, my perception of space shifted subtly. Shadows held secrets within their depths, and the corners of my home seemed to curve ever so slightly, hinting at hidden dimensions waiting to be discovered. One serene night, bathed in moonlight, I unraveled a sequence of hidden numbers woven within the pages, a cryptic melody in the language of architecture that beckoned me to decipher its enigmatic tune. Weeks turned into months, and the structure from the blueprints began to seep into my dreams. I wandered through its labyrinthine corridors, feeling the ground shift beneath my feet, a sensation both eerie and exhilarating. Yet these dreams held no fear. Instead, they enveloped me in a tranquil wonder, as if I were wandering through a physical manifestation of meditation itself. At the heart of these dreams lay a central chamber adorned with symbols that danced between astronomical charts and musical scales. This room, designed to harmonize with the resonance of liminal spaces, beckoned me to sketch its elusive form repeatedly, each rendition a mere glimpse of its true essence. Now, as I sit in my study, surrounded by my own interpretations and the original blueprints, I notice how the shadows outside my window align perfectly with the angles of the mysterious designs. In these moments, I wonder if I am unraveling a secret that has lingered just beyond our perception, a kind of architecture that thrives in the quiet spaces between our thoughts. The identity of the original architect remains a mystery, their essence lingering within every meticulously drawn line and cryptic note. I've come to see the blueprints not as plans for a physical structure, but as a map of the ethereal spaces that dance at the edges of our reality, places of gentle dreams that we catch glimpses of in moments of perfect stillness. As I pen down these thoughts by lamplight, the weight of the sketchbook on my desk whispers of untold secrets waiting to be discovered. The rain continues its soft serenade against the window, and the shadows in the corners of my room pulse gently with each distant flash of lightning. I find solace in the mystery, embracing the notion that some questions are meant to linger in the realm of the unknown, like a half-remembered dream that leaves a sense of peace upon waking. Story 11. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a long-forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Under the feeble glow of a solitary street light, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to weave its way through the shadows that enveloped me. The mingling scents of rain-kissed pavement and moist leaves infused the sound with a haunting closeness, hinting at a hidden melody of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a soothing accompaniment to my solitude as I settled onto the aged wooden bench, worn smooth by years of patient waiting. The weathered schedule board, barely discernible beneath the layers of time and neglect, whispered tales of long-abandoned roots. My breath materialized in wispy clouds in the crisp air as I listened to the enigmatic murmur growing steadily more defined. Initially, I mistook it for the wind dancing through the rusted metal structure of the shelter or the distant murmur of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, akin to a conversation held just beyond the threshold of understanding. The sound carried fragments of words, incomplete phrases that flirted with comprehension. The streetlight above flickered momentarily, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to move with a peculiar intent. In that fleeting moment, I observed something peculiar about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns, almost like numbers or dates, had been intricately carved into the wood, revealed only when the light caught them just right. They appeared to be etched with meticulous precision by unfamiliar hands. As my fingers traced these cryptic markings, the murmur transformed. It now felt as though it emanated not from the shadows, but from the very essence of the bench itself, resonating through the wood and into my very core. The sensation was not alarming, but oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby sung in a forgotten language. Each number I touched seemed to shift the pitch and tempo of the sound ever so subtly. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying almost imperceptibly to the peculiar harmony of water and whispers. The air grew heavy with an unexplained warmth despite the autumn chill, carrying with it a faint fragrance of summer blooms and sun-drenched wood. It was as though the bus stop existed within its own realm of time, where seasons and memories blended in a mysterious convergence. Noticing that my watch had halted, its hands frozen at an impossible angle between numbers, should have unsettled me. Instead, it felt like a natural part of this enigmatic encounter. The boundaries between reality and reverie began to blur, as delicate as moth wings brushing against my consciousness. The murmur gradually evolved into a more structured yet indecipherable cadence, reminiscent of multiple conversations overlapping in a crowded room, each voice belonging to the same person across various moments in time. I closed my eyes, allowing the whispers to envelop me like gentle waves. In this state of serene alertness, images began to take shape in my mind, fleeting glimpses of past passengers wading through the ages, each leaving an unseen imprint on this humble shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very walls, carried by the mysterious murmur that had drawn me into its embrace. An elderly woman with gentle eyes clasping a letter to her heart, a young man in an antiquated uniform glancing nervously at his watch, a child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns in the condensation on the glass. Each vision felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as ethereal as morning mist. The glow of the streetlight took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in improbable ways. The numbers etched into the bench began to emit a faint luminescence, creating intricate patterns that danced across my skin. Time seemed to flow differently here, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. When I finally opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though the moment of its cessation eluded me. The murmur had softened to a barely perceptible hum, reminiscent of the afterglow of a dream. The air retained that peculiar warmth, and the carved numbers continued their subtle glow, yet a shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt altered in some way, as if I had been initiated into a secret shared by all those who had waited there before me. The mysterious murmur had divulged no concrete truths, no distinct message or meaning, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something both ancient and eternally new. As I readied to depart, I caught sight of my reflection in the rain-streaked glass of the shelter. For an instant, it seemed to blend with the ghostly images of previous passengers, our features merging in the dim light. I reached out to touch the cool surface, and the murmur rose once more, fleetingly, like a parting caress. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried with me an unshakable sense that I had encountered something profound yet indefinable. The murmur may have faded, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant not to be unraveled, but to be embraced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 12. In a neglected gallery of ancient family treasures, a peculiar portrait caught my eye, a faded depiction of a stranger whose gaze seemed to harbor a sorrowful tale. Behind the frame, hidden away, lay a fragile, yellowed letter. The air carried a delicate scent of aged parchment and lavender, urging me to unravel the forgotten narrative within. The gallery itself exuded a serene passage of time, as dust motes waltzed in the soft afternoon light that filtered through tall windows, casting a hypnotic spell against weathered wooden panels. Each creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet whispered of the countless souls who had tread before me. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the letter, its ancient paper whispering secrets as I unfolded it. The portrait, a woman of bygone years in a Victorian gown, observed me with knowing eyes, a blend of melancholy and resolve that beckoned me to ponder her untold story. The script on the letter flowed gracefully, though time had rendered the ink a faded sepia. As I delved into its contents, the present world faded, replaced by the gentle scratch of a pen against paper from centuries past. "My dearest Elizabeth," the letter began, recounting a journey across the sea to uncover a grandmother's enigmatic legacy. Visions of an old music box, a hidden key, and the tales of an ancient manor haunted the writer's dreams, urging them to seek the truth. Through cryptic clues and familial wisdom, the letter revealed a hidden map within the portrait, guiding the reader to a long-concealed treasure. "Trust in intuition and ancestral whispers," it advised, "for the answers lie not in material wealth, but in the essence of heritage." The missive concluded with a message of eternal love and hope, leaving me immersed in a world of mystery and legacy. As twilight descended upon the gallery, shadows danced, and the portrait of Margaret seemed to shift, revealing hidden nuances that hinted at a deeper truth. Contemplating the enigma before me, I pondered the path laid out by the letter should I follow in Margaret's footsteps, unraveling the secrets of the past. The decision need not be immediate, for some enigmas unfold in their own time. Returning the letter to its sanctuary, I made a copy of its contents, feeling the weight of unspoken stories lingering in the air. As I prepared to depart, a faint melody, like a half-remembered lullaby, drifted through the gallery, a whisper from the shadows or a trick of the imagination I could not discern. The portrait's gaze, now familiar and inviting, lingered as I left, promising a return to unravel the mystery that lay within. Leaving the gallery behind, I carried the unanswered questions with me, knowing that some truths reveal themselves in the quiet realm of dreams. The allure of the unknown beckoned, and I vowed to return, to delve deeper into the secrets whispered by the past, guided by the gentle call of a forgotten legacy. Story 13. Along a rugged coastline, I found myself drawn to an abandoned lighthouse, a solitary sentinel standing against the relentless crash of waves. Its weathered facade painted a faded red, and crumbling stone seemed to emanate a quiet sadness, as if it carried the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams upon its worn shoulders. The wind howled and the sea salt hung heavy in the air, creating a somber atmosphere that whispered of melancholy and wistful longing. As my car's headlights illuminated the path leading to the lighthouse, casting long shadows in their wake, I felt compelled to stop and explore. The gravel crunched softly beneath my feet as I made my way towards the towering structure. Each step I took was deliberate, as if the very ground beneath me held secrets waiting to be unveiled. The evening air bore a strange heaviness, thick with the weight of memories and the dampness of the sea. In the encroaching darkness, I could discern wisps of mist coiling around the base of the lighthouse, like ethereal tendrils reaching towards the sky. Surprisingly, the door stood ajar, inviting me in with a sense of eerie anticipation. It swung open with a mournful groan, its hinges emitting a low, sorrowful sound that resonated with the whispered tune that had beckoned me earlier. Inside, the air was redolent with the scent of aged wood and sea salt, mingled with a hint of sweetness that lingered like a ghost. As I ascended the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each footfall reverberated with a hollow echo. The worn wooden steps creaked softly under my weight, as if acknowledging my presence in this forgotten place. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in hues of deep purples and blues, pulsating with an otherworldly energy that seemed to infuse the very air around me. The keeper's quarters, just below the lantern room, appeared frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature galaxies suspended in the stillness of the room. A logbook lay open on a weathered desk, its yellowed pages bearing the marks of time, the last entry a testament to bygone years. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window that caught my eye, its movement subtle yet persistent in the stagnant air. And then the photographs lining the walls drew my attention. Dozens of images capture the lighthouse at different times and seasons, each featuring a solitary figure standing at the gallery rail, a woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her presence timeless and haunting. In every picture, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning for something just beyond reach. The whisper of sorrow grew more insistent as I climbed towards the lantern room, a faint echo of a voice carrying the weight of longing and patience. The colossal Fresnel lens dominated the circular chamber, refracting the dwindling twilight into a myriad of rainbow shards that danced around the room. It struck me as odd how this abandoned place remained so impeccably clean. Mesmerized by the rhythmic cadence of distant waves, I was startled by the emergence of a haunting melody. Crystal clear notes, pure and poignant, emanated from the very heart of the lighthouse, weaving a tapestry of beauty tinged with profound sorrow that tugged at my soul. It spoke of endless nights of waiting, of lost ships never to return, of a love that endured beyond the veil of death. A sudden chill enveloped me, and a presence, felt rather than seen, lingered at my side. The scent of lavender and sea spray enveloped me, and in the reflection of the lens, I caught a glimpse of a woman in a pale gown, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Yet when I turned to face her, she vanished, leaving only the haunting strains of her song intertwined with the whispering wind. Respecting the solemnity of the moment, I descended the staircase with deliberate care, each step a testament to the weight of the history enshrouding this place. The photographs on the walls seemed to have transformed, the woman's visage clearer now, her countenance a blend of hope and resignation that spoke volumes of her eternal vigil. Sitting in my car, gazing up at the first stars that peppered the night sky above the lighthouse, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The whisper that had followed me no longer held an air of mystery or unease. It was a gentle reminder of enduring love, sacred duty, and the power of memory to transcend time. Years have passed since that fateful night, yet on quiet evenings when the wind carries a certain cadence, I still hear that haunting melody. It evokes the image of the woman in the lantern room, her unwavering gaze fixed upon the sea, a guardian of lost souls and a beacon in the darkness. Haunted not by fear but by a profound sense of duty and love, this abandoned lighthouse stands as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. It whispers of a love that defies time and a duty that transcends the bounds of mortality, echoing through eternity like a gentle, lulling song. Story 14. On a misty coastal evening, I ventured to an abandoned pier reaching out into the dark, churning waters. Etched into a weather-beaten beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. A mysterious current lingered in the salty sea breeze, and as I ran my fingers over the marks, it felt as if I held a key to a long-forgotten secret hidden beneath the waves. The rhythmic lapping of waves against aged pillars wove a hypnotic melody, beckoning me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the aged wood beneath me whispering with each step, carrying echoes of bygone footsteps through the years. The air was heavy with the tang of salt and damp wood, mingling with an ancient aroma reminiscent of forgotten tomes and lost chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier by an inexplicable force. With each visit, the enigmatic symbols revealed new intricacies, curves shifting in the moon's glow, lines forming diverse patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creaking of the wooden planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure extending into its domain. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited me. The air around the marked beam held a noticeable warmth, contrary to the cool maritime breeze enveloping the area. Placing my palm against the wood, I felt a gentle, rhythmic pulse synchronizing with my own heartbeat. It was a subtle yet undeniable sensation, akin to holding a perpetually warm cup of tea. Often, the fog thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me like a soft embrace. Within this shroud, sounds dulled and distant, crafting an intimate realm where time meandered fluidly. On a particularly tranquil night, seated beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually serene. Its surface mirrored the moon with pristine clarity, yet beneath this reflective veneer, shadows moved with deliberate grace. Too fluid to be fish, too substantial for typical marine life, these indistinct forms stirred a sense of intrigue. As the markings seeped into my dreams, they transformed into maps of uncharted realms or writhed beneath my touch like living script. Recording these nocturnal encounters in a journal, I sketched the symbols as they manifested each night, noting their subtle shifts in tandem with the moon's phases. Over weeks, I discerned that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their eyes slid past the beam as if it were mundane wood, dismissing my attempts to draw attention to its enigmatic etchings. The pivotal revelation arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar radiance, the symbols emitted a gentle phosphorescence, casting a serene blue-green glow akin to underwater streams. The warm pulsing within the wood intensified, while the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, bearing melodic notes akin to an ancient language. Curious objects appeared near the marked beam, spiral-patterned stones, iridescent shell fragments emitting inner light, and delicate silver seaweed strands forming intricate filigree upon drying. Each artifact felt like a cryptic message, their true significance eluding me. As I transcribed these words, I realized my integration into the enigma dwelling here. The symbols now manifest beyond the pier in bathroom mirror condensation, rain-kissed window patterns, and cream swirls in morning coffee. They transcend mere decipherable symbols, evolving into a dialogue I gradually comprehend. The pier transcends a mere structure reaching into the sea. It serves as a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle mystery of the markings unfurls endlessly, offering glimpses without unveiling the entirety, compelling me to return night after night. Here, the ordinary world converges with something ancient, profound, and infinitely patient beyond human grasp. I've come to accept that some mysteries are to be experienced rather than explained. The pier's markings have taught me to seek solace in uncertainty, to embrace the subtle allure of the unknown. As I sit here now, enveloped by rolling fog and the comforting pulse beneath my fingertips, I comprehend that unraveling this mystery isn't my purpose. Instead, I'm meant to weave my narrative into this ongoing tale, contributing my chapter to the ancient saga unfolding in this ethereal space between land and sea. Story 15. In a forgotten alcove of a neglected library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged, yellowed pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny annotation, scripted in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a hidden tale waiting to be unveiled. The musty scent of ancient parchment and ink hung in the air, adding a sense of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the concealed lore woven within. With a soft crackling, the leather binding yielded as I turned the delicate pages, my fingertips grazing the collected dust of centuries past. The main text seemed unremarkable, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore. However, the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Initially, the annotations appeared innocuous, filled with academic citations and brief explanations. Yet, as I ventured further into the manuscript, a transformation occurred. The marginalia grew urgent, the ink seeping darker into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts transitioned into personal musings, then evolved into what resembled diary entries. The mysterious annotator recounted eerie phenomena, strange echoes in vacant corridors, shifting shadows defying the light, whispers resonating in empty spaces. Lost in the library's quiet embrace, surrounded by towering shelves leaning in as if listening, I found myself engrossed in the manuscript's enigma. The golden light from a solitary desk lamp bathed the pages in a warm glow, leaving the aisles shrouded in deep shadows. As dusk approached, the shadows stretched and crept like fluid darkness over the floor. One footnote seized my attention, mentioning a sequence of numbers akin to dates yet unfamiliar to any calendar I knew. Beneath them, in a slightly trembling script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself." Puzzling over these cryptic messages, I noticed peculiar occurrences in my own life. Books materialized on my desk unbidden, the library layout shifted unnoticed, and the rustle of pages fluttered in the air even when the book lay closed. The footnotes grew intimate, as though the unknown writer anticipated my presence, addressing me across time. They hinted at a burgeoning realization, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations became a conduit not only across pages but through ages, perhaps spanning centuries. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the cryptic commentary. The library clock's soft ticking seemed to falter, then cease entirely. The light remained constant, defying the passage of hours as if the sun lingered in its journey. Enveloped in a twilight that never fully surrendered to darkness, I followed the footnotes through a labyrinth of references, each thread weaving a tapestry of ancient knowledge. Tales of civilizations mastering time's folds, scholars deciphering the spaces between words, and libraries existing beyond linear time unfolded before me. Approaching the manuscript's conclusion, the annotations shifted, embracing a tranquil, contemplative tone. The earlier urgency gave way to a serene acceptance. The final footnote read simply, "To grasp time, one must step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on that journey." Raising my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a change in the surrounding silence. It felt weighty, pregnant with untold tales. The shadows between the shelves no longer seemed vacant, but alive with graceful movement, like veils swaying in a silent breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the moments of arrival and departure blur into a seamless continuum. The manuscript rests where I first discovered it, its contents shifting and evolving with each perusal. Occasionally, phantom figures flicker at the edge of my vision, scholars from bygone eras drawn to the same enigmatic footnotes. Though we never exchange words, their presence lingers as faint echoes in my mind. The true essence of the manuscript eludes me, yet I've come to realize that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. In the tranquil interludes amid the shelves, enveloped by the soft murmurs of ancient pages, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one nestled in the gaps between certainty and the unknown. I continue to read, guided by the footnotes through a labyrinth of significance. Perhaps one day you too will chance upon this manuscript. And when you do, remember that the deepest mysteries are those that transform us not through answers, but through the gentle wonder they inspire. Story 16. On a quiet midnight journey back home, the sparsely populated subway car felt unusually dense. Seated in the distant corner was a lone figure, observing me with an unwavering gaze as the train traversed dim tunnels. The air was heavy with the mingled odors of perspiration and musty air, and a disconcerting feeling of being under scrutiny settled upon me. The gentle swaying of the carriage and the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have induced drowsiness. However, this night was different. My focus kept drifting back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead intermittently cast peculiar shadows that danced across the worn metal walls. I couldn't help but notice a peculiar aspect about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette seemed slightly blurred, as though viewed through a rain-streaked window. Whenever I blinked or shifted my gaze, their contours would momentarily sharpen before softening once more. The subtlety of this effect might have been attributed to my weary eyes if not for what unfolded next. The stranger extended their hand in what resembled a greeting, yet the motion left ephemeral traces in the air, akin to the luminous trails of sparklers in the night sky. Each gesture created undulations in the space surrounding them, distorting the advertisements adorning the walls behind. A chill descended in the carriage, causing goosebumps to prickle on my skin. Time began to stretch and contract, each breath altering its flow. The intervals between stations elongated, the darkness outside the windows deepening into an impenetrable void. The usual ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a velvety silence, leaving only the heartbeat rhythm of the wheels on the tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a blend of modern and antiquated elements. A coat that seemed timeless, shoes that shifted styles in the periphery of my vision. Their countenance remained enshrouded in shadow despite the harsh lighting, as if darkness gravitated toward them. The stranger began to hum, though the sound wasn't audible to my ears. Instead, the melody resonated within my chest, a haunting tune evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted their pull, caught between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest in the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when glimpsed peripherally. Metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles, returning to normal when focused upon. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose gracefully, moving like water in zero gravity. Advancing towards me, I noticed their feet barely touch the floor. An opalescent shimmer enveloped them, akin to heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of timeless wisdom and infinite patience. Seated across from me, I briefly glimpsed their face, kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to fully grasp. Their voice, like the whisper of wind through autumn foliage, resonated in the air. You perceived beyond the ordinary, they conveyed, though their lips remained still. Rare is it to encounter one awake at this surreal hour. I yearned to respond, to pose the myriad queries swirling in my mind, yet found myself enveloped in profound tranquility. The rocking motion of the train became a cradle. The darkness beyond the windows transformed into a comforting embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt menacing, but rather akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with their usual harshness, the advertisements promoting standard wares and services. The air had reverted to its customary temperature, and the subway's familiar sounds resumed their melodic cadence. However, a subtle iridescence clung to my clothing in the window's reflection, resembling dewdrops on a spider's web, and within my pocket I discovered a ticket stub of unknown origin, its inscriptions in an unfamiliar alphabet yet comprehensible to me. Since that encounter, whenever I embark on a late-night subway journey, I keenly observe my fellow passengers. Occasionally, when the lighting strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering traces. And on rare occasions, I sense a distant humming that resonates not in my ears, but within my very essence, a reminder that reality is far more malleable than envisioned, particularly within those transitional realms between wakefulness and slumber. Story 17. In the stillness of the night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade at the city's edge. The neon lights blinked erratically over rows of dusty game machines, casting an ethereal glow on the quiet space. A soft hum resonated from the shadows, carrying with it a nostalgic scent of popcorn and faded excitement that lingered in the air. It felt as though the arcade held echoes of laughter and wistful memories, alive in its own silent way. Running my fingers along the worn plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I could sense the stories they held beneath layers of dust accumulated over time. Each step I took left gentle imprints on the carpet of gray powder covering the floor, blending with the rhythmic sound of my breath merging with the low electrical hum enveloping the space. Amidst the dim light, the faded artwork on the machines hinted at fantastical worlds and characters, now mere ghostly impressions of their former selves. Some screens still flickered faintly, displaying fragmented images that danced like fleeting dreams. One game in particular caught my eye, a vintage racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to move of its own accord. The temperature dropped as I ventured further into the arcade, the hum intensifying into a melodic harmony that whispered of hidden mysteries. I found myself swaying to the enchanting rhythm of the hum, my movements synchronizing with its mysterious pulse. The air was thick with an unspoken promise, as if the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred within this forgotten arcade. A narrow hallway led me to what appeared to be the maintenance area, adorned with vintage game posters long faded and forgotten. Each step I took echoed through the floorboards, adding to the symphony of the arcade's whispers. The hum seemed to react to my presence, shifting and evolving in response to my movements. At the end of the hallway, a weathered wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle, surprisingly warm to the touch, opened to reveal a small room bathed in a soothing blue light. Motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in patterns that seemed to convey a hidden message. In the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text, a blend of game code and something deeper, more profound. The hum emanated from the terminal, its waves pulsing through the air, causing dust particles to dance like celestial bodies. Drawn to the mesmerizing display, I settled into the creaking chair, my fingers moving instinctively over the aged keyboard. The text on the screen formed patterns that teased at understanding, like fragments of a forgotten dream slowly piecing together. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmony between man and machine, blurring the boundaries of time within that secluded space. As I rose from the chair, a sense of timelessness enveloped me, the hum now a part of my very being, its subtle shifts a constant companion. The arcade no longer felt abandoned but alive with potential, waiting for stories yet untold. The game cabinets stood sentinel, their screens hinting at new worlds awaiting creation. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I felt a surge of energy from the machines, as if they whispered secrets of the digital realm. The racing game's steering wheel remained motionless, yet its screen displayed an endless road bathed in the light of a virtual dawn, stretching towards infinity. Pausing at the entrance, I glanced back one last time. The neon lights now glowed steadily, casting a warm aura over the arcade. The hum had transformed into a gentle purr, a comforting lullaby of a slumbering electronic beast. I knew then that I would return, drawn by the silent melody and the promise of new tales awaiting discovery in the space between pixels. Stepping outside, the hum lingered as a faint vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic symphony. In the quiet moments before dawn, I can still feel its call, a harmony of memories and mysteries, a melody that forever plays in the deserted arcade. Story 18. In the cozy, familiar atmosphere of my beloved coffee haven on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note caught my eye resting on the table. The paper, impeccably creased and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a subtle hint of lavender intermingled with the rich aroma of coffee. Reading the enigmatic message sent a shiver down my spine, not a mere chance happening, but a deliberate clue to a hidden mystery within the ordinary. The note's contents were simple yet puzzling. Seek out the woman in the pearl gray coat. She graces us every Tuesday at precisely 9:17 a.m. She never indulges in any order, nor does she engage in conversation. Yet without fail, she leaves a trace behind. Intrigued by this cryptic message, I found myself drawn back to the cafe every Tuesday, guided by an unexplainable curiosity. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes became my companion, weaving a tranquil melody as I quietly observed. The comforting sense of fresh coffee beans and baked goods enveloped me in a cozy embrace, creating a soothing ambience as I waited week after week. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded table that afforded a clear view of both entrances. The ebb and flow of the morning crowd, their muted conversations blending with the soft clinks of cups, formed a calming symphony. My focus oscillated between the antique clock steady ticking on the wall and each new arrival, and precisely at 9:17 she materialized. The pearl gray coat draped elegantly over her form, the fabric seemingly absorbing and reflecting the soft illumination in harmony. Her presence was both tangible and ethereal, akin to morning mist caressed by sunlight. With deliberate grace, she navigated to her customary table by the window, her face partially obscured by a broad-brimmed hat, though her hands were visible, graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger. Week by week, I witnessed her ritual unfold with meticulous exactness. She would sit for precisely 7 minutes, her posture impeccable, hands clasped in her lap. As foretold by the note, she never made a purchase, never acknowledged anyone's presence. Yet I began to notice the small mementos she left behind: a vintage button, a pressed flower, an ancient compass with a cracked face but a needle that spun with an unusual vigor. Strangely, the CAF staff seemed oblivious to these items. Inquiring about the woman only elicited vague responses, as if she existed within a blind spot of their awareness. Each object she left exuded a subtle energy, hinting at fragmented tales that eluded my full comprehension. On rainy Tuesday, I entered to find her seated at my usual spot. Her gaze turned towards me, and though her features remained obscured, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages exuding a sense of history. With a slight nod, she motioned to the chair opposite her. As I settled in, the cafe's ambient sounds faded into a distant hum. The air between us crackled with anticipation, akin to the charged moment preceding a lightning strike. Softly she spoke, her voice reminiscent of autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "You've been observing," she stated, not as a query. "Few discern the patterns anymore. Even fewer invest the time to watch, to ponder, to question the gaps amidst moments." Flipping open the journal, she revealed pages filled with the same elegant script from the initial note. "Time is not as it appears," she continued, her fingers tracing the text. "It folds and unfolds like origami, creating pockets where enigmas gather. Some of us traverse these folds, gathering what lies ensnared in the creases." The journal contained sketches of the objects she had left behind, accompanied by coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that seemed to shift and transform when viewed from different angles. "Why me?" I inquired, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, her face still veiled from view. "You possess the patience for patterns, the skill to linger in uncertainty without demanding solutions. Most importantly, you comprehend that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered." Rising, she left the journal on the table. "Now it is your turn," she murmured. "Watch for those who seek the patterns. Leave them breadcrumbs leading back to wonder." When I glanced up from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds flowed back like a gentle tide. The rain continued its rhythmic dance against the windows, and the fragrance of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained tangible and substantial under my touch, its pages now blank where the writing had been. I maintained my weekly visits to the cafe, faithfully arriving each Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. Occasionally I catch glimpses of others like myself, quietly observing. At times I leave behind small tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a sea glass smoothed by the passage of time. Witnessing their discovery, I see the spark of curiosity ignite in their eyes. The woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, but her essence lingers in the serene interludes between heartbeats, in the gentle rain against the windows, in the wisps of steam spiraling from coffee cups. I've come to realize that certain mysteries do not necessitate resolution, they demand witnessing, reverence, and transmission, akin to whispered secrets in the pauses between seconds. Story 19. Enchanted by an unexplainable yearning to uncover hidden truths, I ventured into a forgotten theater on the edge of town, its former splendor now veiled in decay. The intricate balconies and plush seats murmured tales of bygone eras filled with applause and theatrical fervor. Stepping onto the weathered stage, a faint, echoing voice drifted to my ears, speaking lines infused with both sorrow and yearning. The sound lingered in the air, bouncing off the ancient walls, mingling with the musty fragrance of aged drapes and forsaken aspirations, casting doubt upon the emptiness of the theater. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a subtle symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. Each footfall on the wooden stage was a soft, melodious echo, as if the boards themselves exhaled beneath my tread. The atmosphere held a peculiar density, as if traversing through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung motionless, its crystals coated in dust, yet occasionally capturing fragments of light filtering through lofty windows, casting intricate patterns that danced along the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing, where forgotten props lay shrouded in sheets resembling gentle waves in the dim twilight. The voice I had heard appeared to emanate from this direction, though now it had dwindled to a mere whisper. Amidst the abandoned set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age yet retaining an ethereal gleam. As I drew near, the air around me cooled imperceptibly, a chill that was not unsettling but rather invigorating. The mirror seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. In its reflection, I glimpsed movements not of my own making, like spectral shadows of performers from eras long past honing their craft. The voice grew slightly more distinct, a feminine timbre, perhaps reciting lines from what sounded like a tragic love story. Her words carried a melodic resonance, simultaneously soothing and wistful. Time warped within this space, stretching minutes into hours as I delved deeper, unearthing crumbling playbills and costume pieces that still retained a faint hint of perfume. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten recesses of the theater. In the orchestra pit, tattered sheet music lay scattered across ancient stands, the notes faded but visible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to breathe life back into them. As evening descended, the quality of light streaming through the windows shifted, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move with intent across the rows of seats. The voice gained strength, yet never rising above a tranquil murmur. I found myself seated in one of the better-preserved velvet chairs, observing as specks of dust twirled in the waning sunlight. The theater appeared to pulsate with a rhythmic breath, its walls expanding and contracting under the weight of myriad narratives. In that moment of serenity, I comprehended that the voice was not addressing anyone in particular. It was the very essence of the theater, reminiscing. Each word carried fragments of performances long past, of ovations and tearful goodbyes, of premiere nights and final curtain calls. The gentle cadence of the voice interwove these memories into a delicate tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. With the onset of night, a new depth infused the voice. It seemed to emanate from all directions at once, permeating the space with a warm resonance that caused the air itself to quiver with gentle vibrations. The words grew clearer, yet their meaning remained just beyond reach, akin to recollecting a dream upon waking. The chandelier above caught the moon's glow, casting subtle prismatic reflections that danced like northern lights across the ceiling. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, the voice served as a soothing lullaby. The boundary between reality and reverie blurred increasingly. In these twilight moments of awareness, I could almost discern the phantom audience, their silhouettes suggested by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent stillness, as captivated by the voice as I was. As night deepened, a profound peace settled over the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like the tide withdrawing from the shore. Its ebbing presence left behind a sense of gratitude, as though my presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad stories enshrined within these walls. The theater settled into a hushed repose, creaking and sighing like an old companion preparing for slumber. When I finally rose to depart, the voice had transformed into a mere memory, a faint echo in my consciousness. Yet the theater felt altered, more vibrant somehow, despite its abandonment. Traversing towards the exit, each footfall accompanied by the gentle protest of aged floorboards, I realized that certain places never truly empty. They merely bide their time, safeguarding their narratives until an attentive listener arrives. Even now, months later, I am occasionally drawn back to that theater in the twilight hours. The voice remains ever present, at times a mere whisper, a gentle nudge reminding me that behind every veil and underneath every layer of dust, tales await those willing to heed them. The theater endures as a sanctuary of sorts, where the boundary between yesteryear and the present blurs, and where memories pirouette like dust motes in the moon's glow, forever preserved within the gentle echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 20. In the hush of a solitary stroll near the fringe of a dense forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl startled me, sending shivers through the rustling treetops. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and damp earth, drawing me closer to the shadowy depths beyond the light. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, painting a mosaic of shifting shadows on the forest floor as I ventured deeper, relishing the satisfying crunch of leaves beneath my feet. The atmosphere grew thicker, laden with the musky fragrance of moss and decay, strangely invigorating in its earthy embrace. A mysterious allure beckoned me onward, curiosity overpowering any hint of apprehension. With each step, the familiar sounds of the outside world faded into a distant murmur. The rustle of leaves in the breeze wove a soft, whispered symphony around me, punctuated by fleeting glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Yet each time I turned to look, there was only the sway of branches and elusive shadows. The howl echoed once more, a mere whisper on the wind, carrying a haunting melody that seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest's breath. The woods fell into a profound silence, nature holding its breath in anticipation. Birds ceased their songs, and even the insects hushed their hum. Amidst the stillness, a subtle energy hummed in the air, setting my senses on edge. I stumbled upon a clearing where trees encircled a tranquil pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the cloudy sky without a ripple to mar its glassy perfection. As I drew near, my reflection seemed slightly delayed, as if trying to catch up with my movements. The air chilled, prompting me to wrap my jacket tighter around me, and I noticed wisps of mist beginning to unfurl from the ground like delicate tendrils, coiling around my ankles with a cool caress akin to silk against my skin. The mist exuded a soft, ethereal glow, pulsing in harmony with the forest's heartbeat, revealing elusive shapes that danced within its luminous embrace. Ghostly forms, reminiscent of deer but more fluid and otherworldly, flitted in and out of view, vanishing when my gaze fixed upon them. The howl returned, closer now, its ghostly timbre seeming to emanate from all directions at once, weaving a spell around me. I swayed gently, ensnared in a tranquil trance as the boundary between reality and the unknown blurred before my eyes. The trees leaned inward, branches stretching towards the clearing like curious onlookers. In their gnarled forms, ancient faces seemed to materialize, observing my presence with a wisdom that transcended time. Hours slipped by unnoticed as the mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white. The howl morphed into a haunting melody, an ancient song that spoke of hidden truths buried deep within the earth, of enigmas older than the human footprints that tread these woods. In that suspended moment, a presence loomed behind me, carrying the fragrance of wild flowers and frost-kissed mornings. Though every instinct urged me to turn, to confront the unknown, I remained rooted in place, held captive by a blend of fear and reverence for the mysteries that beckoned. The proximity of that unseen entity brought a profound sense of peace, the forest exhaling ancient secrets in forgotten tongues. Without turning, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the forest's serenade. When I dared to look again, the mist had dissipated, leaving the clearing bathed in ordinary light once more. Yet, as I retraced my steps through the woods, an unshakable certainty resonated within me, a whisper of the extraordinary encounter that had forever altered my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind weaves its tale through the trees, I catch echoes of that distant, silent howl, a reminder of the realms where mystery and marvel reign supreme, patiently awaiting those who dare to heed their enigmatic song. Story 21. As I sifted through the dusty boxes of yesteryears in the attic, a peculiar discovery awaited me. Hidden behind an old trunk, nestled a forgotten canvas, its painting left incomplete. The artwork depicted a figure caught in the midst of a metamorphosis, a dance of light and shadow, with features that stirred a sense of eerie recognition within me. The air in the attic carried the scent of aged paper and memories long past. My gaze lingered on the delicate brushstrokes, feeling as though the portrait held a cryptic message about a history I had never lived. I settled into a worn wooden chair, watching as specks of dust pirouetted in the faint beam of light peeking through the attic window. The painting seemed to come alive in the dimness, its unfinished edges blending into the raw canvas like whispers on the wind. The face on the canvas existed in a state of flux, some features sharp and defined, while others faded into the ether, as if the artist had been interrupted in the act of creation. The house itself seemed to whisper ancient tales as its timbers creaked softly, lulling me into a reverie. My fingertips traced the weathered frame, tracing the marks of time etched into the wood. The eyes of the portrait held me captive, their depth reaching beyond the mere surface of the canvas. As evening approached, a golden glow bathed the attic, casting long shadows that danced upon the wooden floor. A hint of autumn's crispness wafted through the crack in the window, carrying with it a sense of anticipation. In the growing twilight, I found myself conversing with the portrait, sharing my thoughts as though confiding in an old companion. In the dimming light, a curious phenomenon revealed itself. Certain brushstrokes appeared to shift and transform when viewed from different angles, creating a mesmerizing illusion. The unfinished parts of the painting hinted at myriad possibilities, a smile here, a touch of sorrow there. Time unraveled in the attic, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into the enigma before me. Behind the canvas, a faded inscription beckoned. Remember, the light changes everything. The elegant yet wavering handwriting seemed to speak from a realm beyond wakefulness, stirring a peculiar kinship between myself and the elusive artist. I brought old journals and photographs from the house, surrounding the portrait with fragments of the past in hopes of unraveling its secrets. But the house murmured in a language of its own, withholding its truths as I grasped at shadows. On restless nights I sought solace in the attic, where moonlight bathed the canvas in an ethereal glow. In those quiet interludes, whispers seemed to emanate from the unfinished spaces, weaving a tapestry of forgotten melodies that tugged at my heart. Gradually, the portrait began to shift in my perception, its indistinct features taking on a clarity that eluded the brush. The eyes, in particular, seemed to mirror my own emotions, reflecting the storms and serenity of my inner landscape. The painting became a vessel for my untold stories, a mirror that reflected the depths of my soul rather than my outward form. In the attic's embrace, I found liberation in the endless possibilities offered by the unfinished masterpiece. Seasons passed beyond the attic window, each bringing a new revelation about the nature of the portrait. It dawned on me that its incompleteness was deliberate, a choice made to defy the constraints of time and fixity. The artist had bestowed upon the painting a perpetual state of becoming, a metamorphosis that transcended mere appearance. I did not seek to unravel the portrait's mystery, but instead became its custodian, a guardian of the delicate balance between revelation and enigma. Within the attic's timeless confines, the boundary between observer and observed blurred, merging like the edges of the painting. Years drifted by, yet I still ascended the narrow staircase to commune with the portrait. Sometimes I brought a notebook to document the subtle nuances of its evolution, the way light caressed its surface in ever-shifting patterns. But more often, I sat in companionable silence, sharing the sacred space with a presence that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remained unfinished, a testament to the beauty of imperfection and the allure of endless possibility. In its incompleteness lay a profound wholeness, a perpetual evolution that mirrored the journey of those who beheld it. The mystery was not a riddle to be solved, but an experience to be savored, one quiet moment at a time, in the hushed glow of the attic's timeless embrace. Story 22. In the hush of an early morning stroll across a tranquil meadow, I found myself entranced by the glistening dew adorning the grass like 1,000 scattered diamonds. To my amazement, these droplets had arranged themselves into intricate, minuscule letters, a language woven by the hand of nature itself. The air was alive with the sweet perfume of moist earth and wild blossoms, enveloping me in a cocoon of serenity. A peculiar feeling washed over me, as if this ephemeral message was a secret meant solely for my eyes and heart. The mist of dawn draped low, veiling the world in a tender, pearl-gray embrace that whispered of mysteries yet to be unveiled. Kneeling down to inspect the dew-kissed grass, my very breath stirred the delicate droplets, setting them aquiver in the morning light. The letters shimmered and swirled, their forms dancing just beyond the reach of understanding. Each stroke and curve resembled intricate calligraphy etched in liquid crystal, a script of nature's own design. Day after day I returned to that meadow, drawn by an invisible thread that tugged at my soul. Fresh messages emerged with each sunrise, their meanings elusive, just out of grasp. The dew script evolved under the caress of the sun's warm rays, shifting from defined shapes to abstract patterns that dissolved into the verdant carpet below. Occasionally, foreign words in unknown tongues flickered before me, simultaneously strange and familiar. The soft murmur of the breeze through the tall grass became my companion, joined by the gentle symphony of early birds heralding the break of day. I began chronicling these enigmatic messages in a weathered journal, my fingertips tracing the damp imprints as I sketched their ethereal forms. The pages took on a slight ripple, as if preserving the memory of the dew that birthed the letters. One mist-laden morning, a change caught my eye. The script unfurled in a mesmerizing spiral from a central nexus, weaving a labyrinth of words and symbols that pulsed with a silent energy. The air hummed with anticipation, and the usual sounds of daybreak seemed muted, as if the meadow itself held its breath. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I followed the intricate design, attempting to unravel its intricate code. The messages began appearing in unexpected places: in the condensation on my bedroom window, the tendrils of steam from my morning tea, and even the frost-kissed leaves of autumn, each carrying a fragment of this cryptic communication. In my dreams, the liquid silver scripts danced through realms of shadow and light, whispering secrets in the rustle of leaves and the distant chiming of unseen bells. Every morning I awoke with the ghostly memory of almost understanding, the elusive meaning slipping through my grasp like water. The journal burgeoned with sketches and notes, a testament to this gentle enigma. Hours slipped away as I compared the patterns, noting their subtle ties to the moon's phases, the shifting seasons, and the evolving light of dawn. As winter crept closer, the messages dwindled, appearing only on pristine mornings of crystalline clarity and profound stillness. I cherished these moments, knowing each could be the last until the thaw of spring. Frost etched its own rendition of the script onto frozen blades of grass, sparkling like scattered diamonds under the pale sun. Years have passed, yet I still find solace in the meadow, though the messages now visit me less frequently. Perhaps they were guides leading me to this state of tranquil observation, this reverence for the quiet marvels of morning. The dew still paints its perfect orbs on leaf and blade, and while the intricate letters may have faded, I've discovered new meaning in their patterns, a testament to the beauty of unsolved mysteries. My journal rests on my desk, a repository of those early revelations. When I leaf through its pages, I notice how the sketched motifs shift and dance in the changing light, mirroring the fluidity of the script itself. Maybe understanding was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those moments of awe, in learning to pause and witness the world's small wonders with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow stands as my sanctuary, where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs beneath the first light of day. Though the crystalline messages remain a riddle unsolved, they have left an indelible mark on my spirit, teaching me that life's deepest experiences often lie not in grand revelations, but in the quiet unfolding of questions without answers. Story 23. On a usual evening disrupted by a sudden downpour, I sought refuge under an awning, seeking shelter from the relentless rain. Amidst the rhythmic drumming of droplets on the pavement, a gentle, urgent whisper caught my attention, carried by the storm's embrace. The air turned cool and damp, carrying the invigorating scent of fresh rain and distant thunder. Within that whispered promise lingered a hint of secrets waiting to be unveiled by the storm's determined hand. Mesmerized by the symphony of raindrops dancing above me, the whisper revisited me, this time more distinct, as if a voice spoke softly just behind my shoulder. I turned, hoping to catch a glimpse, yet all that greeted me was an empty space and the encroaching darkness of twilight. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a soft glow that formed halos in the misty atmosphere. It felt as though the voice beckoned me, guiding me towards a narrow alley sandwiched between weathered brick structures. Under different circumstances, I might have dismissed this peculiar urge as folly. However, this evening bore an unusual aura. The whisper held no malice, only a gentle persistence reminiscent of my grandmother's soothing bedtime stories. Taking cautious steps into the alley, the rain gradually softened into a tranquil mist. The warmth radiating from the brick walls, despite the evening chill, hinted at their absorption of centuries of sunlight, now slowly releasing warmth into the world. My footsteps created gentle splashes in shallow puddles, forming mesmerizing patterns that caught the light from above. The alley led me to a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by the encircling buildings. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, its weathered stone polished smooth by the passage of time and elements. Water cascaded from its spout in a melodic harmony, blending with the rain to create a soothing serenade. The whisper seemed to resonate from the very core of the fountain, growing stronger as I drew near. Clusters of small blue flowers adorned its base, their petals emitting an ethereal glow that pulsed in synchrony with the falling water. These flowers, unlike any I had seen before, appeared both ancient and freshly blossomed, existing in multiple moments of time concurrently. Kneeling beside the fountain, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. Faint markings adorned the stone, resembling inscriptions in an unidentified language. Tracing my fingers over the symbols, they shifted and transformed beneath my touch, akin to words written in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and the cyclical nature of time mirrored by the fountain's spiraling waters. It narrated tales of past visitors drawn to this sacred place on rainy evenings throughout the ages, each responding to the same gentle summons. Within the fountain's pool, reflections emerged, visions of bygone eras, alternate lives, and fleeting moments of shared existence. These reflections ebbed and dissolved like dreams upon waking, leaving behind mere whispers of their fleeting presence. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the courtyard's walls. Time ebbed differently within this hidden sanctuary, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. A sense of tranquility enveloped me, dispelling any urgency or fear of the encroaching darkness. The whispers transformed into a comforting embrace, akin to a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. Seated by the fountain, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, forming a curtain that separated this mystical realm from the mundane world beyond. Secrets were shared, destined to linger in the deepest recesses of my dreams. Upon rising to depart, I noticed a solitary blue flower had detached itself and now rested in my palm. Though its glow had dimmed to blend with reality, its beauty remained undiminished. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their presence lingered like a warm caress. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, leaving the air heavy with moisture. The familiar glow of the street lamps illuminated the wet pavement, signaling the return to normalcy. Yet within me, I harbored the knowledge of a transformative experience, a gentle mystery etched into the fabric of that hidden courtyard. Even now on rainy evenings, I catch fleeting echoes of those whispers carried on the wind. The blue flower rests on my windowsill, appearing unremarkable to the casual observer. But in the quiet depths of night, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of promises woven in the rain, of enigmas awaiting discovery beyond our everyday perception, whispers in the storm, patiently awaiting those who listen with intent. Story 24. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of ancient stone steps, their surfaces weathered and worn. A peculiar symbol caught my eye, etched deeply into the aged stone, faintly glowing in the filtered light. The mossy scent of time mingled with my curiosity, drawing me in. The symbol, a labyrinth of swirls and lines, seemed to shift and dance as I gazed upon it, hinting at secrets long forgotten. Kneeling to touch the smooth stone, a warmth greeted my fingertips, a stark contrast to the autumn chill in the air. A gentle breeze carried fragrances of blooming flowers and decaying leaves, adding a surreal touch to the moment. Each evening I returned to those steps, mesmerized by the symbol's subtle glow as the sunlight waned. The courtyard held more mysteries than just the symbol. The ivy shunned the marked step, leaving a perfect circle of bare stone. Some nights, a soft humming seemed to emanate from beneath, a ghostly melody that tugged at my senses. Armed with a sketchbook, I captured the symbol's essence on paper, my hand moving with an eerie certainty, revealing hidden details and cryptic markings that shifted with each visit. As autumn waned and winter approached, the symbol's enigma deepened. It resisted the frost, a beacon of warmth amid the icy surroundings. Strange misty shapes rose from it on cold nights, almost forming words before dissipating. Dreams of the symbol haunted my nights, leading me through ethereal doorways to forgotten realms, leaving me with a serene sense of wonder upon waking. One evening, a mysterious elder woman joined me on the steps, her presence as ethereal as the fading light. Without a word, she traced the symbol, intensifying the humming that surrounded us. In a flicker of light, she vanished, leaving behind a smooth stone bearing the symbol. Holding it up, I saw a miniature version etched into its surface, a tangible link to the enigmatic mark. Now I visit the steps daily, the stone a talisman in my pocket. The symbol's riddle remains unsolved, but I've embraced its mystery, feeling its ancient power in my soul. It's a portal to contemplation, a reminder that magic dwells in the ordinary for those who look closely. In the twilight moments, I sense the old woman's presence in the gentle breeze, her mysterious melody lingering in the air. Though the symbol's purpose eludes me, I found solace in its presence, a reminder that some mysteries are best left untouched. The symbol on the weathered steps is a whisper of the arcane, a testament to the unseen wonders that surround us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek. Story 25. As I sifted through the relics tucked away in my attic, a forgotten treasure revealed itself: an ancient radio, its dial worn smooth and its speakers resting in silence. But one serene night, when the world was hushed and still, the radio crackled to life, breaking its long slumber. From the static emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the poignant aroma of aged metal and faded dreams. Each note felt like a soft whisper from a bygone era yearning to be remembered. Entranced by this ethereal music, I found myself drawn to the attic more frequently after that mysterious night. The space exuded a certain charm, with dust motes pirouetting in slender moonbeams that slipped through the small window. The wooden floorboards would softly groan beneath my steps as I approached the corner where the radio rested on an old oak table, its mahogany surface dulled by decades of loyal service. Every evening, as the sky painted itself in gentle watercolors of twilight, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio. This ritual became as essential as breathing, turning the brass dial, witnessing the soft amber glow of the vacuum tubes come to life and waiting. At times, the radio remained silent, offering only the soothing hiss of static akin to gentle rain. But on certain nights, when the air brimmed with possibility, something magical unfolded. The music would start not with a sudden burst, but with a gradual unfurling from the white noise, akin to a photograph slowly developing in the depths of a dark room. The melodies were unlike any I had ever heard, waltzes that seemed to drift on air, jazz tunes that murmured of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and at times, voices singing in languages unknown to me yet strangely familiar. One particular autumn evening, with the wind whispering through the trees outside, I noticed a shift in the radio's transmission. Amidst the musical interludes, I discerned words soft and clear. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice held no discernible gender or age, yet it radiated a warmth that sent shivers of recognition down my spine. I began keeping a journal of these enigmatic transmissions, noting the phases of the moon, the weather, and any patterns that might emerge. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to respond to my innermost thoughts, of voices that spoke of memories I had never lived but that resonated deeply within me. It was as if the radio held secrets about my past, my dreams, and the silent yearnings I had never shared. Winter descended, enveloping the attic in longer nights and earlier shadows. Yet I scarcely noticed the chill, wrapped in the cocoon of sound that the radio spun around me. At times, I would drift off in the armchair, only to awaken hours later and find the radio still whispering its gentle melodies, intertwining with my dreams. During those fleeting moments between slumber and wakefulness, I could almost glimpse the ephemeral figures behind the voices, their forms shifting like wisps of smoke in the dim light. The most extraordinary broadcast unfolded on a night when snow fell silently outside, cloaking the world in a serene blanket of white. The radio seemed to speak directly to me, recounting details of my childhood long buried in the recesses of memory, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the tune my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, a deep sense of tranquility washed over me, as if I were gently reminded of my true essence. With each passing month, subtle shifts manifested in my daily existence. Colors appeared more vibrant, memories sharper, dreams imbued with deeper significance. The radio's influence transcended its mysterious broadcasts, as if it were stirring something dormant within me, nudging me towards awakening. I found myself humming tunes I couldn't possibly know, yet they felt as familiar as my own heartbeat. On nights when the radio fell silent for hours, I pondered the nature of reality itself. How many unseen layers enveloped us, how many unseen frequencies of existence hummed in harmony just beyond our ordinary perception. The radio ceased to be merely a machine. It transformed into a portal, offering glimpses into dimensions that mirrored our own. I refrained from dissecting its inner workings, sensing that its magic, if one could call it that, resided not in its components, but in the liminal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps it wasn't the radio itself that held magnificence, but rather its ability to attune me to frequencies that had always resided within. As I pen these words, the radio continues its nightly serenade, its mysteries still shrouded in enigma. I've come to realize that certain questions hold more value in their ambiguity than in concrete answers. In the soft crackle between songs, in the murmured words that might be echoes of distant memories, I've unearthed a different kind of truth, one that speaks not to the intellect, but to the soul that remembers what it has never known. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes now serves as my nocturnal beacon, and the gentle hum of the speakers lulls me into a realm of dreams. In those hushed moments before slumber claims me, I ponder if somewhere someone else is listening to their own clandestine radio, catching glimpses of my life as I catch there's a symphony of interconnected souls bound by invisible threads of sound and remembrance, dancing ceaselessly through the night. Story 26. In a forgotten workshop brimming with relics of bygone artistry, I stumbled upon a fractured clock displaying its inner gears and a visage arrested in time's embrace. As I observed the erratic dance of its wandering hands, the chill, musty air enveloped me, imbued with the redolence of oil and decay, seeming to pulsate with a narrative of stolen instants and recollections suspended between ticks. This autumn twilight beckoned me to the workshop, its weathered portal slightly ajar, extending an invitation into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through dust-kissed windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches polished by years of meticulous touch. The wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, releasing the faint perfume of aged pine and forsaken craftsmanship. Encircling me, myriad timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks towering stoically like silent guardians, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their gilded casings dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was this singular creation that lured me in, a mantel clock boasting an elaborate brass countenance, its crystal fractured in a web-like pattern akin to a spider's design. Settling into the ancient artisan's chair, I discerned a peculiar aspect of the damaged timekeeper. Despite its disengaged power, the second hand occasionally twitched, momentarily reversing before settling anew. The motion was so subtle that initially I questioned if my eyes deceived me in the dim glow. My breath seemed to harmonize with these minuscule movements, prompting me to lean closer, scrutinizing the delicate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears retained a celestial sheen, some adorned with enigmatic symbols unknown in my years of antiquated timepiece collecting. A gentle zephyr wafted through the workshop, carrying the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes. Yet upon closer listening, the tinkling transformed into the delicate tolling of clock bells. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an electric anticipation that raised the fine hairs on my arms. Reaching out to touch the clock's countenance, the metal yielded an unexpected warmth beneath my fingertips. Slowly, the sensation ascended my arm, ushering forth a peculiar cognizance. Foreign memories began to surface. I glimpsed the workshop in its prime, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the rhythmic chorus of numerous clocks marking time in flawless unison, and an aged craftsman bent over this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced finesse as he assembled something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols on the gears began to shift and blur in my sight, rearranging into enigmatic patterns that tugged at the fringes of my comprehension. Each new configuration murmured of potentials of instants that might have been, of time flowing not as a river, but as an ocean with myriad currents and whirlpools. The workshop around me seemed to waver, reality gently swaying to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and contracted in implausible ways, and at the peripheries of my vision, spectral forms traversed the space, ethereal silhouettes engaged in their activities in alternate times, moments coexisting with my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's face, and I found myself unable to withdraw not from fear, but from a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth diffused through my entirety, accompanied by an insight surpassing verbal expression. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a portal into the very essence of time, crafted by one who had unearthed enigmas never intended for human grasp. As night descended, a soft ticking resonated from the clock, though its mechanisms lay dormant. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, akin to the workshop's heartbeat. With each tick, the spectral figures gained solidity, their movements sharpened. Among them I recognized the elderly craftsmen, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the chasm of ages. The air grew redolent with metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature oscillating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, receded, and I discerned my own time perception beginning to drift. Moments elongated and compressed like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future fragile as dawn mist. When I eventually withdrew my hand, the workshop reverted to its apparent desolation, yet a fundamental transformation had transpired. The shattered clock rested innocuously before me, its hands once more motionless, yet I sensed it teeming with potential of brass and temporal core awaiting the next soul to unveil its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its exact location eludes me. Occasionally I sit for hours in the artisan's chair, observing the play of light and shadow over the fractured timepiece. And at times, in the perfect instant, I lay my hand upon its countenance, surrendering to that realm between heartbeats where all moments converge and time itself unfolds as a wondrous, infinite prospect. Ultimately, I refrained from mending the broken timepiece. Some things I've discovered are most exquisite in their fractured state, their imperfections birthing crevices through which enchantment seeps into our realm. And in the still of night, when the workshop is bathed solely in moonlight and reminiscence, I swear I hear it ticking, tracing the cadence of moments that never existed yet forever endure. Story 27. In the hazy light of a cloudy afternoon, I found myself drawn to a forgotten quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expanse before me echoed with a soft, haunting melody as the wind caressed the rugged rocks and hidden passageways. The air carried the scent of ages past, a mix of ancient stone and lingering dampness that seemed to hold the weight of untold stories. With each step I took deeper into the quarry, my footfalls gently reverberated against the worn paths, stirring up wisps of pale dust that danced in the muted light filtering through the overcast sky. As I descended further, a chill enveloped me, accompanied by a subtle sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blossoms. Abandoned places had always beckoned me, but this quarry exuded a unique energy, a gentle hum that pulsed from its very core. The towering stone walls, weathered by time and human hands, now whispered of a wisdom far older and more profound. Turning a corner, my gaze fell upon a curious sight, an old wooden door, partly obscured by a curtain of climbing vines. Its weathered surface bore the marks of age, yet it seemed strangely preserved. What captured my attention was not the door itself, but the vines that swayed in a rhythmic motion, as if breathing in harmony with the quarry. Approaching cautiously, I reached out to touch the cool stone beside the door. The air carried a mingling fragrance of sweetness and earthiness, akin to freshly turned soil. A transformation began to unfold in the quarry's atmosphere, the natural echo taking on a melodic quality, as if the very stones were humming a silent tune beneath the surface of perception. The door lacked a handle, its surface smooth and worn, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and morph with each glance, forming an endless dance of geometric patterns. Time seemed to lose its grip within that space, the sky darkening imperceptibly as minutes blurred into hours. The quarry's murmurs grew more defined yet remained elusive, like distant conversations muffled by walls. Mesmerized, I settled on a boulder near the door, captivated by the vine's gentle sway and the steady pulse of unseen energies. The rock beneath me retained a comforting warmth, hinting at a timeless connection to the sun's embrace. As twilight descended, faint lights emerged from the quarry's depths, moving with purpose in silent patterns that mirrored the carvings on the door. The sweet fragrance intensified, enveloping me in a weightless embrace, as if the air itself had gained substance. The quarry's symphony of stone and wind played on, accompanied by enigmatic sounds that hinted at footsteps or heartbeats. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door had shifted slightly, a warm glow seeping from its edge. The vines reached out delicately, their soft tendrils glowing in the encroaching darkness. Though I never touched the door that day, I found myself drawn back to the quarry time and again. I would sit for hours, entranced by the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remained a constant enigma, its presence an ever-evolving mystery that eluded my grasp. What lay beyond its threshold? The question lingered, a silent echo in moments of reflection. Yet I came to realize that some mysteries are best left unsolved. The quarry held its secrets close, sharing them through whispers and subtle clues in the gentle dance of vines and the flickering lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in unlocking the door's secrets, but in embracing the contemplative journey it offered. In dreams, I revisited that sacred space, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the cool touch of the breeze. The quarry's murmurs lulled me to sleep, a serenade of ancient tales and timeless echoes, bridging the gap between reality and imagination, between sight and emotion. The door stood sentinel amidst the breathing vines, a silent guardian of the quarry's mysteries. And so, the ancient conversation between stone and time persisted, speaking in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, weaving tales for those willing to listen with open hearts and tranquil minds. Story 28. On a somber afternoon, a mysterious envelope caught my attention amidst the usual stack of mail. The aged paper unfolded to reveal handwritten words that seemed to beckon memories from a past I couldn't recognize. The faint aroma of antiquated ink and lavender wafted through the room, prompting me to question the very essence of my own history. The delicate texture of the paper under my touch, worn softly at the edges by the passage of time, evoked a sense of nostalgia. Raindrops tapped gently against the window, creating a melodic cadence that harmonized with the rhythm of my heartbeat. The warm glow of my reading lamp enveloped the letter in a soft amber light, causing the elegant script to dance before my eyes. My dearest friend, the letter began, I write to remind you of the summer house where we spent those cherished days. Curiously, I had no recollection of any summer house, yet as I delved into the words, I could almost feel the warmth of the sun on my skin and hear the soothing echo of waves brushing against a distant shore. The crackling of the fireplace beside me provided a comforting accompaniment as I continued to read. Each sentence seemed to unlock a cascade of memories, foreign yet intimately familiar. The scent of sea salt mingled with the fragrance of freshly cut grass, the sensation of smooth wooden floorboards beneath my bare feet, and the gentle rustle of cotton curtains in a breeze. The narrative unfolded with descriptions of afternoon teas served in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of quiet dialogues in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and of a mysterious locked room on the third floor. With each word, the memories grew more vivid, more tangible, yet I remained certain that these experiences were not my own. My cat nestled in my lap, purring softly, grounding me in the present moment as I turned to the second page. The handwriting remained steady, painting scenes that felt as real as the chair I sat in, wandering through misty gardens at dawn, witnessing shadows dance by candlelight, and hearing phantom piano melodies in empty rooms. The familiar creak of the wooden floors beneath me seemed to echo the sounds described in the letter, the distinct whispers of the ancient floorboards in the summer house. The scent of lavender intensified, permeating the room beyond the confines of the paper, carrying the weight of memories that may have belonged to someone else, or perhaps they belonged to me. The letter spoke of shared secrets, unspoken understandings, and promises exchanged in hushed confidences. It mentioned a locket that I was said to have always worn, containing a photograph of two young women in front of a grand estate. Though my hand found only bare skin when I reached for my neck, the phantom weight of that locket lingered as if it had always been there. Outside, the rain whispered its gentle lullaby, its words just out of reach. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, surrounded by leather-bound books whose titles seemed to shift when unobserved. I tried to recall the scent of those books, but it was a memory I couldn't possibly possess. As I approached the final page, the ink on the paper appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were transitioning into memories. The writer detailed a pivotal decision we had made together, a choice that would reshape reality itself. They spoke of a midnight ritual in the garden under a moon, casting shadows in impossible angles. The letter concluded as both an end and a beginning. Remember, my dear friend, that memories are more fluid than we realize. Our perception of self is merely a narrative we have embraced. Perhaps this letter will guide you toward a different tale, or perhaps it will simply unveil the one you chose to forget. Signed with an elusive initial that seemed to morph with each attempt to decipher it, the letter held a captivating mystery. Folding the paper along its worn creases, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the window pane. For an instant, in the soft lamplight, a familiar yet unfamiliar face stared back at me, an enigma I thought I knew as intimately as my own reflection. As the rain subsided, the scent of lavender slowly dissipated. I carefully returned the letter to its envelope, aware that my memories, whether genuine or imagined, embraced or bestowed, were forever altered. Drifting into sleep that night in my favorite armchair, the distant melodies of ocean waves and piano keys serenaded me. And in the quiet darkness, I felt the weight of a non-existent locket against my skin, a phantom reminder of a past that may have been real or a dream. Story 29. On a moonlit night, deep within the heart of the forest, I stumbled upon an ancient campsite that nature had almost swallowed whole. The towering pines swayed gracefully, their needles whispering like soft secrets carried on the breeze. The air was crisp, filled with the rich aroma of cedar and earth, hinting at hidden mysteries waiting to be unveiled. As I made my way through the wilderness, my footsteps hushed by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I came upon the remnants of a gathering place from days long past. Weathered logs encircled a weathered fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a soft, ethereal glow under the watchful gaze of the moon. Their gentle luminescence seemed to ebb and flow like a gentle heartbeat in the stillness of the night. At the edge of the clearing stood the skeleton of an old cabin, its time-worn walls bathed in silver moonlight. Beams of moonlight filtered through cracks in the roof, casting intricate patterns on the floor that danced and shifted in my peripheral vision. The slightly ajar door swayed gently in the nocturnal breeze, creating a rhythmic, soothing creak that harmonized with the rustling of the pines. Inside the cabin, time had etched its own tale. Dust motes waltzed in the moonbeams, while the wooden floor groaned softly underfoot, as if whispering ancient memories to the night. A stone fireplace loomed on one wall, its chimney stretching towards the heavens like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic designs that resembled a forgotten script. On a small table by the window, I discovered an aged journal, its pages warped by humidity yet surprisingly intact. The touch of the leather cover was warm against my skin, a stark contrast to the cool night air. Opening it tenderly, the spine crackled softly, revealing elegant script detailing enigmatic lights amidst the trees and haunting melodies carried on the wind, melodies that faded from memory once heard. According to the journal's author, each nightfall heralded the start of whispered conversations among the pines as twilight descended. They spoke of transient visitors, of shifts in the forest's essence, of entities that lurked within the shadow's embrace. The writer chronicled how the mushrooms in the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow on certain evenings, their luminance pulsing in sync with distant, haunting sounds that lingered just beyond human perception. As I delved deeper into the journal's accounts, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. Moonlight took on a silvery hue, shadows deepened, and the whispers of the pines grew more distinct, though their meaning remained elusive. I found myself swaying gently, as if swayed by an unseen current, my breath slowing to match a hidden rhythm in the air. The journal alluded to a peculiar phenomenon on nights of the fullest moon. Like the present one, the old fire pit would mirror the sky above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Intrigued by this revelation, I stepped back outside with the journal clasped in my hands. The clearing appeared altered, though the change eluded my comprehension. The log circles seemed to form intricate patterns, and the mushroom's glow intensified subtly. Approaching the fire pit, I confirmed the journal's claim the aged ashes shimmered, mirroring the celestial bodies with uncanny clarity. Yet amidst the reflected stars, unfamiliar lights danced with graceful intent, moving to a melody beyond mortal ears. Mesmerized, I fixed my gaze on the spectral display, feeling a kinship with the pine's murmurs, as if on the cusp of unraveling their ancient dialogues. Seating myself on a log, the journal resting in my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Time seemed fluid in this enchanted realm, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. Did I watch the lights in the fire pit, or were they watching me? Were the pines divulging truths, or merely permitting me a fleeting glimpse of their eternal secrets? As dawn approached, shrouded in a gentle mist that caressed the tree trunks like silk, I made a final entry in the journal. I recounted how the mushroom's glow dimmed imperceptibly, the whispers fading into the mundane sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit reverting to mere ash as daylight crept over the horizon. Placing the journal reverently on its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the full extent of my encounter would forever elude me. Though the pines now spoke of commonplace matters, wind and sunlight, shadows and light, a part of me still lingers in that enchanted night. With closed eyes, I can sense the rhythm of that mystical evening, feel the gentle allure of enigma's content to remain half revealed, forever shrouded in mystery. Story 30. In the hush of a particularly cool night, I ventured into an empty train yard nestled on the outskirts of the town. Surrounded by weathered tracks and dormant train engines, a solitary light flickered sporadically atop an aged signal tower. The scent of rust mingled with the musty essence of damp concrete, while that faltering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the obscurity whispering of untold tales from voyages halted in ages past. Each step I took on the gravel path was accompanied by the soft crunch beneath my feet, harmonizing with the gentle sigh of the wind weaving through vacant train carriages. A peculiar tranquility hung in the air, the kind that settles in corners forgotten by the relentless march of time. Moths pirouetted around the few functioning lampposts, their delicate wings casting fleeting shadows that danced upon worn metal surfaces. Drawn inexorably towards the singular blinking light in the tower, its rhythm neither predictable nor chaotic, but imbued with a sense of purpose. The pattern stirred a familiarity within me, a distant echo of a memory or a fragment of a dream. Approaching closer, I noted how the surrounding windows of the tower remained shrouded in darkness, amplifying the significance of that solitary illumination. The door to the tower stood slightly ajar, emitting a mournful hum as the wind nudged it open. Stepping inside, the air felt denser, charged with an electric energy that prickled the hairs on my arms. The wooden stairs groaned beneath my weight, releasing the faint fragrance of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the uppermost level, I stumbled upon an antiquated control room strewn with obsolete machinery. Brass switches, copper levers, and faded dial gauges adorned the walls, their luster dulled by neglect. Yet my gaze was fixed upon the origin of the enigmatic light, an ancient signal lamp that defied logic by its continued pulsation. As I observed, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded before me. The light's cadence began to synchronize with the gentle ebb and flow of my breath, as though in response to my presence. The ambience of the room shifted imperceptibly, fostering an inexplicable bond between myself and this forgotten sanctuary. Amidst the night's stillness, echoes of bygone conversations lingered in the air, accompanied by the spectral echoes of train whistles and the phantom stirrings of travelers who had traversed this yard in eras long faded. Settling into an antiquated operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic flickering appeared to narrate a tale of solitary vigils, of signals dispatched into the unknown, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the worn edges of the control panel, as if seeking to grasp the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled here decades prior. Time dissolved into a nebulous expanse as I lingered, ensnared by the gentle pulsing of light and the nocturnal serenade of subtle sounds. The distant call of an owl melded with the whisper of the wind through fractured windows, weaving a lullaby of solitude. I discerned a shift in the light's pattern, a metamorphosis towards a complexity akin to a cryptic code. In that moment of revelation, a gentle shiver traversed my spine. Realization dawned that I was not merely an observer. I was being observed, not with menace, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The radiance of the signal lamp extended towards me, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories in Morse code shadows on the walls. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon weathered logbooks inscribed with faded script, chronicling the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more intriguing than the last. The concluding notation, dated epochs ago, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously penned, a message eluding my deciphering, yet resonating deeply within my being. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light continued its steadfast pulse in the background. I harbored the certainty of my return, beckoned by the enigma of that solitary beacon amid the shadows. At times in the quietude of nights, I catch myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere within that forsaken yard, it persists in blinking its age-old missive into the nocturne. The tale of the flickering light remains unresolved in my consciousness, akin to a half-remembered reverie. Perhaps therein lies its essence. Certain mysteries are meant to be sensed rather than deciphered, their potency not in their unraveling, but in the enigmas they leave to linger in our musings, as delicate as moth wings against a window pane. Story 31. On a leisurely stroll through a quaint historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Despite the ravages of time, the intricate patterns and symbols on the gate seemed to weave a narrative of love and loss. The faint scent of rust mingled with the crisp evening air, and as my hand glided over the weathered metal, I sensed a tale longing to be unveiled, a story etched into every curve and crevice. The soft caress of autumn leaves whispered in the breeze, while the gentle glow of twilight filtered through the canopy above. Standing before the gate, I watched as the dwindling sunlight cast deep shadows on the engravings, conjuring an illusion of dancing forms. The metal, cool to the touch, bore the marks of years gone by, telling a silent story of resilience. There was a magnetic pull in the patterns, a hidden language that beckoned me closer. These were not mere decorations. They were letters intertwined with delicate motifs of vines and blooms, written in a script both familiar and enigmatic. Tracing the intricate lines with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread from the metal to my skin, akin to the touch of a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a meandering path vanished into the dusky shadows of a garden. Ancient trees arched overhead, their branches swaying in harmony with the evening breeze. The air carried a blend of earthy scents, reminiscent of fallen leaves intermingled with hints of roses and lavender, though no blossoms graced the surroundings. Every time I attempted to pull away, a new detail captured my attention. A spiraling motif led to another, creating an endless journey that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped design nearly obliterated by time. Within its fading contours, I discerned faint initials and a possible date, shrouded in mystery. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engraving seemed to morph before my eyes. What once resembled vines now appeared as cryptic inscriptions in an unknown script. Entranced by the hypnotic patterns, I swayed gently, entrapped in their mesmerizing dance. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate, a forgotten accessory in my hand, shattered my reverie. The sound reverberated with an otherworldly resonance, resonating like a submerged bell. In that moment, a response, more felt than heard, emanated from the depths of the garden beyond a whisper carried by the wind, or perhaps something more elusive. Piece by piece, the engravings unveiled fragments of a story, a tender embrace here, a flourishing garden there, and a barren winter landscape in between. The scenes flowed seamlessly, linked by graceful lines that transcended time, weaving a narrative of love and loss, of enduring devotion. Time seemed to waver in that enchanted space. The glow of streetlights bathed the gate in a warm luminescence, unveiling hidden details, a perched bird, a fallen leaf, each contributing to the intricate narrative unfolding before me. The story of two souls intertwined in a garden of memories, their legacy immortalized in iron and rust. As I stood amidst the ebb and flow of time, I comprehended that the gate was more than a mere entrance. It was a testament, a testament to a love that defied the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience, a silent tribute to enduring affection. Though the surface details faded, the essence endured, touching every passerby who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. In the distance, a church bell tolled, its chime blending with the nocturnal whispers of the wind. With a final glance at the gate, I knew I would return, aware that each visit would reveal a new facet of its enigmatic tale. As I turned to depart, my fingers grazed the heart-shaped motif one last time, feeling a faint pulse, a heartbeat preserved in iron, echoing through the ages. The story of the gate lingered with me as I traversed the dimming twilight homeward. I realized then that some narratives were not meant to be entirely deciphered. They were meant to be experienced, to resonate in the realm between comprehension and wonder, between sight and belief. The faded engravings had shared their truth, safeguarding their deepest secrets within their metal embrace. Story 32. In the depths of my attic, amidst a sea of forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a weathered photograph nestled within a time-worn album. The image, frozen in a moment of yesteryear, seemed to whisper tales of bygone days as I gazed upon it. A delicate perfume of ancient roses and aged paper wafted through the still air, weaving a sense of nostalgia around me. Were the figures captured in that frame attempting to convey a long-buried narrative to me? I pondered. As the fading afternoon sun filtered through the dusty window, casting a warm, golden hue onto the creaking wooden floor, I settled into an old rocking chair. The rhythmic sway of the chair beneath me lulled me into a tranquil state. My fingertips grazed the worn edges of the photograph, tracing each crease and mark etched into its surface. The scene depicted a garden soiree from a time of refinement and elegance, ladies adorned in billowing gowns and gentlemen in dapper attire, frozen in a moment of celebration, their enigmatic smiles hinting at concealed stories. Amidst the backdrop of a stately Victorian manor basking in the glow of a setting sun, one figure in particular captured my attention. A woman clad in a pristine white gown stood slightly aloof from the others, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an inscrutable expression. A peculiar chill descended upon the attic, and the scent of roses grew more potent as I immersed myself in her enigmatic visage. Closing my eyes briefly, I surrendered to the tranquility of the attic's embrace. Upon reopening them, a subtle shift had transpired. The light within the photograph now pulsed with a soft, radiant glow, imbuing the scene with an ethereal quality. The woman in white seemed to have moved ever so slightly, her hand outstretched towards a mysterious, unseen entity at the edge of the frame. Enthralled, I delved deeper into the captivating tableau before me. The ambient sounds melded into a symphony of distant melodies, reminiscent of vintage gramophones, as the scent of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries. The boundary between past and present blurred before my eyes as the figures within the photograph transcended their two-dimensional confines, blossoming into vivid life like watercolors blooming on canvas. The woman in white emerged as the focal point, her presence growing more defined with each passing moment. A pendant adorning her neck caught the light in a mesmerizing dance, defying the constraints of time. The temperature in the attic lowered imperceptibly, prompting me to draw my sweater closer around me. Shadows lengthened, yet the photograph retained its subtle luminescence, revealing intricate details previously unnoticed. A teacup poised on a garden table, its contents swirling. A butterfly suspended mid-flight, its delicate wings quivering in an unseen breeze. Lost in a timeless reverie, I swayed gently in the rocking chair, locked in a silent communion with the enigmatic woman from another era. Her eyes bore into mine across the expanse of time, conveying an unspoken message that resonated within me. The pendant gleamed once more, evoking memories of a similar trinket from my grandmother's jewelry box, sparking a revelation that rippled through me like a gentle whisper in a hushed room. As evening descended, casting shadows across the attic, the photograph gradually reverted to its original state. The figures stilled, the luminosity faded, and the distant music ebbed away like a receding tide. Only the lingering fragrance of roses mingled with the familiar mustiness of the attic remained. Tenderly returning the photograph to its resting place, I descended the stairs, feeling the weight of my grandmother's pendant against my heart, a talisman of forgotten tales. In the silence of the evening, the echo of a distant waltz lingered in the air, accompanied by the enigmatic pull of time's mysterious current. Some mysteries, I realized, are best left untangled, existing in the liminal space between reality and imagination. The woman in white had imparted her enigma to me, a fragment of a story lost to the sands of time, veiled in the soft twilight of memory. And perhaps that is the essence of such narratives, transient glimpses into the past that materialize when we are ready to receive them, only to dissolve back into the tapestry of recollection. Story 33. In the quiet depths of a forgotten cinema, where time seemed to stand still, I found myself drawn into a world of mysteries and dreams. The cinema's marquee, weathered and worn, whispered tales of faded glories under the moonlit sky. As I stepped into the dimly lit auditorium, the ancient projector flickered to life, casting ethereal shadows upon the cracked screen. The air was heavy with the mingling scents of popcorn and dust, carrying whispers of untold stories and forgotten longings. Amidst the soft creaking of worn velvet seats, I settled into the back row, captivated by the allure of the abandoned theater. The projector's gentle hum filled the silence, weaving a hypnotic spell that beckoned me to unravel the enigmas hidden within the dancing dust particles illuminated by the flickering light. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I sensed a presence, subtle movements in the shadows that danced like silk in the breeze. The screen came alive with scenes from a bygone era, each frame tinged with a sense of intimacy that felt almost intrusive, as if I were glimpsing into someone's private memories rather than mere images on film. A mysterious woman, her face forever averted, traversed the screen in a silent quest through garden parties and rainy streets, her elegant movements hinting at a deeper yearning. Whispers brushed past me, carrying cryptic messages that eluded my grasp, while the room's temperature shifted, enveloping me in invisible currents of warmth and coolness. Intriguing anomalies emerged within the film, subtle deviations that defied logic and reason. The soundtrack of the past crackled with the rhythm of breathing and sighs, drawing me deeper into a realm where reality blurred with the surreal. The woman on screen mirrored my every movement, a disconcerting synchronization that sent shivers down my spine. The scent of jasmine permeated the air, mingling with the musty fragrance of the old theater, evoking a poignant melancholy that stirred memories long forgotten. Like a haunting melody, the fragrance lingered, tugging at the strings of my heart with its bittersweet embrace. The film shifted, revealing the theater itself in its former grandeur, a bustling audience filling the seats save for one vacant chair. The enigmatic woman appeared throughout the theater, her elusive presence a puzzle waiting to be solved. A diary, aged and weathered, surfaced in the darkness, its pages chronicling a timeless search for closure. With each entry, the diary spoke of a quest for the perfect ending, a a quest that transcended time and space. The final pages, tinged with a sense of finality, hinted at a resolution that lay just beyond reach. As the screen flickered to its conclusion, the woman turned towards the camera, only to vanish into static, leaving behind a void of darkness. As I returned the diary to its resting place, a fleeting touch brushed against my hand, a presence both tangible and ephemeral. The jasmine scent lingered for a moment, a whisper of farewell before dissipating into the night. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage dress briefly appeared, a silent specter of bygone tales before vanishing into the shadows. Even now, as time marches on, the scent of jasmine lingers in the air, a reminder of the unseen eyes that watch from the shadows. In those quiet moments, I feel the weight of untold stories waiting to be discovered, a testament to the timeless allure of narratives left unfinished. And so, I remain a solitary soul, seeking solace in the beauty of mysteries that defy closure, forever entwined with the enigmatic whispers of the past. Story 34. In the hushed embrace of midnight, nestled in the cocoon of my bed, a stray echo caressed my ears, a voice at once known and achingly distant. The whisper of the air conditioner and the dance of leaves outside intertwined, forming a spectral choir that stirred echoes of a past I thought had long slipped away. That night my bedroom held a different air. Moonbeams painted silver tapestries on the walls, crafting shapes that seemed to inhale and exhale with a gentle rhythm. The atmosphere bore a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a rainfall, where all is hushed and expectant. Shadows congregated in the corners, deeper than usual, as if gathering to share secrets in muted tones. The voice returned, softer this time, riding the edge of perception like a zephyr through wind chimes, a melody tinged with a sorrowful essence. I rose languidly, my blanket sliding off with a gentle murmur of fabric on fabric. The wooden floor beneath my bare feet felt cool and reassuring, tethering me to reality as my thoughts drifted into the realm of the inexplicable. Wandering through my home at night had always been a familiar ballet of muscle memory and cautious steps, yet that night each room bore an unfamiliar air. The corridor stretched before me, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family portraits observed my journey with eyes trapped behind glass, their once familiar gazes now distant. Guided by the voice, I made my way to the study, where rows of books lined the walls, their spines creating a mosaic of colors muted by shadows. My old reading chair sat vacant, yet it exuded an air of anticipation, as if recently vacated. The leather retained a ghostly warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a pool of amber light that pulsed ever so subtly with each whispered breath. Something caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records a solitary album slightly askew, its sleeve bearing the imprints of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, a patient messenger awaiting acknowledgement. The dust cover of the record player was lifted, though I could swear I had closed it the night before. With hands moved by an unseen force, I withdrew the record from its sleeve. The vinyl caught the lamp's glow, spinning concentric circles of reflection that lured me toward its center like a hypnotic spiral. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove autonomously, and music began to play not the expected symphony, but the delicate patter of rain on a tin roof interwoven with distant piano notes seemingly plucked from the well of memory. The voice intertwined with these sounds, now clearer, uttering words that felt like fragmented echoes of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a creaking porch swing, of vows exchanged under a star-studded sky, and of time slipping through fingers like grains of sand. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of the brass pendulum lasting an eternity. Her presence lingered in the room, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands deftly weaving needle and thread under the same lamplight that now cast an ethereal glow. Had she been privy to this voice? Had she left behind a message only now revealing itself to me? The room's temperature shifted imperceptibly, creating ethereal currents that caused the lamp's light to dance. Shadows assumed intricate patterns, akin to the lace doilies my grandmother once crafted, each design hinting at veiled meanings. Sinking into the embrace of my reading chair, I traced the well-worn grooves on its armrests, following the imprints left by years of similar caresses. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in tandem with the voice, their contents shifting in silent cadence. One volume caught my eye, a collection of poetry gifted by my grandmother years ago. Its spine shimmered faintly in the lamplight, the voice now reciting verses I had once shared with her during her final days. Time ebbed and flowed, akin to honey in winter, thick with significance yet defying quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew more distinct, its words just beyond full comprehension. It spoke of ties that transcended temporal bounds, of love echoing across generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn tiptoed closer, its gray tendrils stretching through my window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent pirouette, the needle tracing an endless circle. The lamp's glow pulsed one final time, and in that fleeting instant, I grasped a profound truth about memory and loss, about how some voices linger, awaiting the opportune moment to whisper their truths. When morning bathed the room in full light, I found myself still ensconced in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. No tangible evidence remained of my nocturnal voyage, save for a single book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether my experience had been a dream or reality paled in comparison to the residue it left, a connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately familiar. The voice may have evaporated with the night, but its echo lingered, a gentle nudge that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than expounded upon. And in the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the uncertainty, in the realm between knowing and pondering, where the most exquisite mysteries found their dwelling place. Story 35. Once upon a moonlit night, I found myself drawn to a forgotten observatory on the edge of town. Amongst the hushed whispers of telescopes and aged star maps, my eyes fell upon a mural of eyes etched into a weathered wall. The night sky outside intertwined with a mysterious glow within, as a gentle breeze, tinged with the scent of ozone and ancient knowledge, hinted that the observatory itself was sentient, keeping watch over ancient cosmic mysteries. Stepping across the threshold, time seemed to stretch and bend around me. My flashlight cast a soft glow on the worn wooden floors, their grain flowing like frozen rivers under the pale light. A profound stillness filled the air, heavy with the weight of countless nights spent gazing at the stars. As I ventured deeper into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to the abandoned instruments. A grand telescope, its brass dulled by time, pointed steadfastly towards the heavens through the open dome. Papers strewn around its base bore faded calculations and cryptic symbols, whispering of forgotten discoveries made in ages past. The carved eyes on the wall followed my every move, not with malice but with a sense of ancient observation, as though they had witnessed the celestial dance for eons. Some eyes were deeply etched into the stone, while others shimmered faintly, reflecting the starlight filtering through the dome above. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, creating ethereal spirals that danced in the moon's glow. The scent of aged books and metal mingled with an otherworldly fragrance, evoking memories of meteor showers and the aurora borealis. In a secluded corner, an antique desk beckoned, covered in star charts from eras long past. As I studied the charts, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The constellations depicted on the oldest documents did not align with the modern sky. It was as if the stars themselves had shifted, not according to natural laws, but as if the very fabric of the cosmos had been subtly rearranged. Drawers of the desk opened with a soft sigh, revealing journals filled with enigmatic writings detailing watching eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns. A warmth seemed to emanate from the walls, and as I traced the stone surface with my fingertips, I felt a subtle vibration, as if the observatory itself pulsed with a hidden energy. The carved eyes appeared to throb in unison, their ancient rhythm echoing through the chamber. Time lost its grip within those walls, minutes stretched into hours, yet when I glanced at my watch, time had barely moved. The dome above creaked and adjusted, as if tracking an unseen celestial body with a will of its own. In an aged journal entry, an astronomer described the discovery of a celestial anomaly that defied classification, a being that observed Earth as Earth observed it. The writer's words spoke of a profound connection beyond mere observation, a recognition that transcended words. As the night deepened, a realization washed over me. The observatory was not abandoned, it had evolved into something more. The carved eyes were not mere decoration, but markers of a transformation, a metamorphosis into a living conduit between earthly and cosmic realms. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as the stars danced above through the open dome. The eyes in the walls pulsed with cosmic rhythms, and I felt myself merging with their timeless vigil. The line between observer and observed blurred, and I became part of the eternal dance of the cosmos. With the approaching dawn, I knew I had to depart, yet the night had left an indelible mark upon my soul. The observatory had shared its enigmatic truth. We are not alone in our observation of the universe. The universe has always been watching us through eyes both earthly and celestial. As I walked away in the soft light of dawn, I stole one last glance back at the observatory. It stood in silent contemplation against the brightening sky, its dome fixed on an unseen point among the fading stars. Though I return sporadically, I never linger as I did on that initial night. The carved eyes stand as eternal sentinels, a reminder that in the grand theater of observation, we are both audience and actors. The greatest lesson learned was that true understanding dwells in the silent spaces between light and shadow, in the ancient pulse of stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have witnessed the cosmos for eons. The mystery of the observatory was not meant to be unraveled, but experienced a living testament that some secrets are best left veiled in the gentle shroud of uncertainty. Story 36. On a tranquil night, as a sudden downpour descended, I ventured outside to reclaim my umbrella and came upon a trail of muddy footprints departing from my doorstep. The raindrops fell with a steady beat upon the pavement, and the cool, damp air carried a sense of mystery, a silent visitor's presence that left me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the soft glow of the porch light, I observed as water droplets slowly blurred the outlines of each footprint, transforming them into vague, soft shapes against the wet concrete. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, producing a soothing white noise that seemed to cleanse the usual evening sounds away. My breath formed wispy clouds in the chilly air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. These footprints were peculiar, not quite matching the size or shape of any shoes I owned, yet strangely familiar. They seemed to have been made by someone walking with deliberate precision, each step taken with intent. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if holding minuscule specks of reflected moonlight within. Intrigued by this mystery, I found myself compelled to follow the trail, my own footsteps whispering against the wet ground as I advanced, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the earthy scent of wet soil, and something else, a subtle, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path guided me through my garden, where rain droplets clung to leaves and petals like delicate strings of pearls. My night-blooming jasmine had unfurled its blossoms, releasing its ethereal perfume into the misty air. The footprints meandered among the plants with uncanny precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf. It was as if the maker of these prints had known precisely where to tread. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops falling around the footprints. They seemed to pause for a fraction of a moment before touching the ground, creating tiny fleeting orbs of suspended water. The effect was subtle, almost imperceptible, requiring close attention to notice. The garden path led to a small clearing where I often gazed at the setting sun. Here the footprints formed a perfect circle, as if their creator had stood there, slowly turning in place. Within this circle, the grass appeared subtly different, more silvery perhaps, or somehow more vibrant. Each blade swayed in an unseen breeze. Kneeling down, I examined the grass closely, running my fingers over the otherworldly stems. They felt cool to the touch and seemed to vibrate gently, sending a faint thrum up my fingertips. The rain maintained its rhythmic cadence, but within the circle, each drop seemed to emit a barely audible hum as it descended. Rising to my feet, I noticed that the footprints continued beyond the circle, though they had changed. Now lighter, barely discernible against the dark earth, as if their creator had gradually become less tangible. The peculiar sweet scent from earlier grew more potent here, mingling with the rain-soaked air in a way that imbued me with an unexpected sense of tranquility. Following this fainter trail led me to the old oak tree at the edge of my property. Its massive branches stretched like protective arms overhead, their leaves whispering secrets in the rain. The footprints ceased at the tree's base, or perhaps they ascended its trunk amid the dim light and rain. Distinguishing where the marks ended and the natural bark patterns began proved impossible. Placing my hand against the oak's wet bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration I had felt in the grass circle. The tree pulsed with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Water trickled down its trunk, forming and reforming rivulet patterns that almost resembled written words, vanishing before I could decipher them. Standing there in the rain, I perceived a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air crackled with a gentle electricity, akin to the moment before a rainbow emerges. The raindrops now fell in intricate patterns, choreographing a dance of light and shadow that moved in harmony with an unheard melody. While I did not sight my silent visitor that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into a realm of magic and novelty. Even upon returning to my abode, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could still sense the lingering reverberations of their passage in the air around me. The peculiar sweet fragrance clung to my garments for days, and at times when it rains, I catch faint hints of it once more. Now on serene, rainy nights, I often feel compelled to venture outside, yearning to uncover fresh footprints traversing my garden. Though I have yet to encounter them again, there has been a shift in the way the rain descends, in the way my garden flourishes, in the way the ancient oak tree sways in the breeze. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They left behind a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with every falling raindrop. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder whether the visitor merely passed through or instead left a fragment of themselves intertwined with this place. Sometimes, as I drift off to sleep and the rain whispers softly outside my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps moving in perfect harmony with the raindrops, as if someone still traverses my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal presence. Story 37. In the quiet embrace of a dusky evening, meandering through the labyrinthine streets of the city, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A mysterious rhyme etched onto a weathered brick wall beckoned me closer with its faded yet melodic verses. The air was cool, carrying whispers of rain and the earthy scent of damp concrete, as if nature itself was conspiring with the city to unveil an ancient secret to those who dared to heed its call. Tracing my fingers along the textured surface of the wall, I felt a subtle pulse beneath my touch, as if the words were alive, existing in a realm between tangible presence and fading memory. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow alleyway, rustling fallen leaves and carrying distant echoes of life, adding to the enigmatic aura that enveloped me. As I studied the rhyme, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. Each line appeared to be penned in a different handwriting, creating a tapestry of styles that somehow harmonized in an eerie unity. Some letters flowed gracefully, while others stood rigid and precise, weaving a spellbinding narrative that transcended individuality. The flickering street lamps cast warm, dancing shadows upon the wall as darkness descended, prompting me to illuminate the verses with my phone. Yet, to my astonishment, the words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under the artificial light, playing tricks on my perception and blurring the line between reality and illusion. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic wall, the haunting rhyme seeping into my thoughts like a haunting melody. Other passers-by, like silent companions in this nocturnal symphony, would pause to run their fingers along the bricks, their expressions distant, as if entranced by an unseen force. Weeks passed, and I discovered similar verses adorning various walls throughout the city, each connected like threads in an endless tapestry of mystery. I documented each new finding, yet the images always emerged slightly blurred, as if the essence of the rhyme defied capture, existing beyond the confines of mere visual representation. Delving deeper into this enigma, I noticed a subtle shift in my perception of the urban landscape. Street sounds took on a rhythmic quality, the hum of traffic transforming into melodic harmonies, while even the patter of rain seemed to convey cryptic messages in an ancient language I struggled to decipher. On tranquil nights, I would stand before the original wall, the words suspended in a timeless limbo between reality and reverie. Strangers would occasionally join me, their silent presence a testament to the inexplicable allure of the rhyme, each of us united by a shared curiosity that transcended spoken language. The rhyme whispered of a bygone era when cities pulsated with life, walls harbored memories, and streets resonated with the echoes of countless souls. It hinted at a hidden world veiled from ordinary sight, a realm accessible only to those willing to pause and listen, to embrace the enigmatic beauty concealed within the fabric of urban existence. As the seasons shifted, the words on the wall mirrored the evolving landscape, shimmering in summer heat, flowing with autumn rains, and crystallizing with winter frost, each transformation a testament to the symbiotic relationship between art and nature, between the ephemeral and the eternal. To this day I return to the wall, the verses etched into my mind like an ancient incantation. New lines occasionally materialize, the collective handwriting expanding like a family tree of enigmatic authors, each contributing to the ongoing saga that unfolds on the city's walls. The impact of the rhyme varies for each reader. Some depart with serene smiles, others with contemplative gazes that linger for days, all touched by the elusive magic woven into those weathered words. The mystery remains unsolved, a testament to the enduring allure of the unknown, a reminder that amidst the modern world's relentless pursuit of knowledge, some truths are meant to remain shrouded in mystery. As night descends and the city's heartbeat grows faint, I ponder the unseen authors whose voices echo through the walls, wondering if they still roam the streets, adding to their timeless creation. Perhaps we have crossed paths, connected by invisible threads of shared curiosity, all part of a narrative that continues to inscribe itself in the margins of our urban tapestry, a testament to the enduring power of words, whispers, and the enigmatic beauty that dwells in the spaces between shadows. Story 38. In the depths of my home, as I sifted through forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a hidden drawer within an ancient desk. With a gentle persuasion, the drawer revealed its secrets to me, unveiling a carefully folded note nestled inside. The paper exuded a sense of age, its yellowed edges telling stories of years long past, while the graceful script upon it hinted at untold truths shrouded in the house's history. A delicate aroma of cedar and faded ink wafted from the note, wrapping me in a cocoon of intrigue, beckoning me to uncover its enigmatic message. As the fragile paper unfurled beneath my fingers, a soft murmur of antiquity filled the tranquil room, mingling with the gentle evening light seeping through lace curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon the worn surface of the desk. A hush descended, thick with anticipation, yet laced with a soothing calmness akin to the tranquil moments preceding a gentle rain. The note commenced with a date from a bygone era, penned in a script that whispered of yesteryears. My dearest friend, it began, drawing me deeper into its enigmatic narrative. Each word wove a tapestry of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, the echo of phantom footsteps in empty corridors, the subtle rearrangement of objects in solitude, and most mystifying of all, the emergence of fresh blooms in a vase under the full moon's glow. Enthralled, I sank further into my chair, captivated by the unfolding tale. The author divulged the existence of a concealed chamber within the house, veiled behind walls that harbored a multitude of secrets. Within this clandestine space lay not treasures of gold or gems, but something far more profound, a treasury of memories frozen in time. The steady cadence of my grandfather clock provided a hypnotic backdrop as I delved deeper into the narrative, the pendulum's swing lulling me into a trance. Accounts within the note spoke of an ancient journal unearthed from within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original inhabitants. Yet these were no ordinary records. They narrated dreams shared across generations, whispered dialogues transcending the constraints of time itself. As twilight enveloped the world outside, I ignited an antique brass lamp, casting a warm, golden sheen upon the pages. References to cryptic symbols etched into doorways throughout the house piqued my curiosity. Symbols I had long deemed mere embellishments. However, the writer unveiled their true significance, portraying them as a map leading to the covert chamber. Tracing the paper's edge, I read of the author's endeavors to decipher these enigmatic glyphs, their prominence waxing and waning with the lunar phases. The rustle of wind through swaying branches outside painted ever-shifting shadows upon my walls. The author's conviction that the house pulsated with memories, akin to a benevolent guardian of tales past, resonated deeply. A sense of the living essence of the abode, not in a sinister guise, but rather as a custodian of bygone stories, enveloped me. Approaching the note's conclusion, a revelation unfolded. The writer had begun to experience dreams that felt more like memories, vivid scenes of the house's history enacted in slumber. A woman in a blue gown recurrently graced these nocturnal visions, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken truths. The final passage bore a cryptic message. When the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonlight bathes the seventh step, the path will unveil itself to those who listen with their hearts, not ears. Holding my breath, I absorbed these enigmatic words, attuned to the subtle symphony of sounds within my abode, the whispered murmurs of time passing, the faint creak of floorboards, the distant hum of wind. The note concluded abruptly, unsigned, leaving me adrift in a sea of unanswered questions. As I carefully folded the parchment, a hitherto unnoticed sketch adorning the final page caught my eye, a familiar geometric pattern teasing my memory. Glancing up, I discerned the dimming of the room, save for the soft glow of the lamp. The house seemed transformed, not with foreboding, but with a tender acknowledgement of the myriad sagas interwoven within its walls. Returning the note to its resting place within the drawer, I opted not to secure it. An intuition whispered that this discovery marked only the inception of a grander enigma, destined to unfurl gradually like the unfolding hues of dawn. Enshrouded in the deepening dusk, I pondered the possibility of encountering the woman in blue within my dreams, pondering the secrets she might unveil in the silent hours of night. The measured tick of the grandfather clock persisted, a comforting metronome, while in the distance a church bell tolled. Absent-mindedly tallying the chimes, my thoughts remained ensnared by the mystery of the note. And as the final echo dissipated into silence, a faint rustle akin to fabric brushing against air reached my ears, the whisper of a blue gown traversing an empty chamber.